Offender custody. Thanks. If anyone else follows my to result, let me know.
We got a special show today. We might even be doing a part 2. We got a lot of stuff. We're going to be getting into more of the incel theory from when I parked at the back parking lot there. And this, I don't know, I always laughed at it before. If anybody's been with us for that long, I always laughed at it before. And then once I parked in the back parking lot there, I was just like, whoa, I'm not laughing no more. And I kind of went in depth on how I felt. But we're going to be going into also the Manifesto of Elliot Rodgers as well, and a bunch of other stuff too. We got a lot of stuff for you today. Thank you for hopping in. Please hit the like if you haven't yet. It is the free way. Thank you for hopping in. Let me turn this down just a second. Yeah, give me 1 second. This is kind of loud. There we go. So, you had reached out to me last week and you wanted to talk more about the incel theory at Queen Roads that I had. And I wish we would have thought about recording the conversation, because it was such a great conversation that we were having when it came to it. But it led us to want to do a show about it. And so I want to say thank you for taking out your time, and thank you for hopping up here to share your opinions and your thoughts and your views on this. Had you been looking into it already when you had reached out to me, or is it just something that you kind of thought about?
No, so it was to do with your video.
Okay.
And to be honest, I didn't fully understand what you were getting at in your video. So I wanted to try and find out a little bit more about the incel theory, because I didn't know what an incel was. Like I told you, I hadn't heard the word before. So when I started researching it, I came across this manifesto. And had I not seen your video when I read that, I would have thought nothing of it. But there was so much stuff that was coming up while I was reading it that was kind of taking me back to the video that I was originally trying to verify or research in a way. So yeah, I mean, without that video, I really wouldn't have given it another thought. So I was really just trying to find out what an incel even was.
Oh, okay.
I didn't know the word.
And then you came across that. What'd you think when you came? Because when you had asked me, if I heard of Elliot Rodgers, and I'm like, yeah, I might have, but I thought it was maybe a troll in my chat or something. I do remember a troll coming in. But then when you brought it up, I was like, oh wow, I'd never even heard of Elliot Rodgers. I had seen his picture before, but I never really heard about him that much. What'd you think when you read the? Because what'd you come across when you first started researching it? Good morning, Silky.
Well, I mean, obviously, when you go through the manifesto, the author is a really disturbed individual. And I think that when you're bringing it back to something like Idaho 4, you kind of presuppose that you're dealing with an individual or a group of people who are very disturbed, because, I mean, obviously they are. But it was to do with the kind of the location of some of the things he was describing, and how his experience with moving to a university town was very damaging for him. And the context and that description of everybody else's happiness kind of being shoved in his face was something that really started to remind me of the Idaho 4 context, you know, like that college town, and looking at the popularity and beauty of the victims. So it was kind of hard to deny once I'd read that. It was difficult to not think about the incel theory, or at least that theory of something along those lines, those elements from the video that you put up. Yeah.
Yeah, it's yeah, when you wanted me to read that page 83, I was like, "Oh my gosh." That's totally what I was kind of when I put, when I'm in that back parking lot and like I've always explained before, like I put myself, even though I may not, I'm not capable of doing that, but when like as an actor, you put yourself in the mental, the emotions, the thoughts, the all these other things to try and understand, like what really could have taken place here. And it was crazy because when I read that it was the exact things that I was like feeling when I was back there, when I was doing my show and I was like uh kind of explaining what I was feeling when I was there in Moscow and when I was doing that show. I had even made the comment like, why should I have to go over there and park over there just so I don't
It's
have to
exactly
see this, and when I
yeah.
read that I was like, whoa, this is what I actually was like thinking back in that lot.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
And it's kind of difficult for people who haven't been there to understand the theory. So seeing something so similar, like virtually the same kind of concept from another source, really does help to understand that theory. Because I mean, for you, it's going to make sense in a way,
Mhm.
but for us, it's like secondhand. It's your experience that we're just watching a
Right.
video on. But
Right.
that's why it didn't. The theory didn't speak to me much until I read the manifesto, and then I was like, wait.
Mhm.
And that's when I knew I needed to speak to you about it, because I was trying to figure out like what you actually felt there that was so like almost spot on with what this person, this eventual mass murderer, was describing. It's I mean, it's creepy. It's like reading it. It really is.
Yeah. Yeah, because like, and that's kind of like when I was there and I went back to that parking lot for the first time. At first I was shocked because I was like, oh wow, this is really close. I couldn't believe how close it was. And then as I'm sitting there and I'm thinking about all the parties and all the body cam stuff that we've seen where there's so many parties there's so many people, sometimes they're not even at the home, and there's just it always just seemed like a really fun time on the body cams. Everybody's partying, everybody's having fun, people are walking up and down, there's loud music, there's people coming and going, and for somebody to go back there, and I'm like, man, like if you are an incel, you're already shut off, you're already feeling rejected. And as I noticed, the people that park in that parking lot back there just reside right up there at those apartments. And so it's not one of these parking lots that's out in the open or that you drive by and you just happen to go up. Really, the only purpose of that parking lot, and it only really is used for people that live at those apartments. And so to me, I'm like, man, if I'm sitting there if I'm an incel, I'm coming home alone every single night. I'm frustrated because of rejection. Nothing, nobody wants me. It's all their fault. And then I park there because why would I park way over there when everybody else parks here because they live right there? So it was like,
Yeah.
man, I could see
Yeah.
somebody like,
And I mean, that comes up a lot in the manifesto, right? Where
mm,
he's kind of describing that he doesn't actually feel that it's his fault that he has to see them,
yeah,
everyone around him being so happy, and it's their fault for being happy. But he's kind of gets into a situation where he's actively stalking these people, but it's still their fault.
mm-hmm,
Like that person who just won't take responsibility for something, and it fits in well with your theory of, you know, somebody who might have lived there or was at least regularly there, because again, they're if we're going by Elliot Rodgers, then it's something that he's asserting that, you know, keeps coming to him. It's not his fault. It's not his fault, and this frustration and rage is really building up just because of everybody else existing in a way that he wants to but can't. So I think that feels right. That feels right for the Queen Road thing.
And he feels superior,
like I said,
too, you know?
Yeah, superior, and also not. It's weird.
Right.
He's difficult to understand.
It's like a passive aggressive type where he thinks he's like the king, you know, and then at the next thing he's like, I'm nothing, I'm nobody because nobody wants me. You know, and it's you know, with him, this is what I was wondering when it came to the two differences, and we got a lot of stuff we're going to show you guys too. This is where as I was like kind of looking up stuff since our conversation, I'd realized that he had been through hospitals for mental disabilities and things ever since I think 8. I think it was a young child when he first started having to go for issues,
and he had been medicated as well a few years before crimes. Yeah.
So I'm wondering, did Kohberger? Has anybody ever heard of Kohberger other than the visual snow stuff? If anybody thinks it's true, I mean, I do. But you know, I don't know. This is what has me wondering, because I don't know incels in depth. Do incels usually do they usually go through some kind of mental treatment before it even gets that way? That's what has me wondering.
I mean, I wouldn't know, but I think that there probably is some kind of a psychological pattern, especially with that built up anxiety. So I think maybe in this case, I think Elliot Rodgers was diagnosed with autism. So that's sort of more extreme than the anxiety as well as autism. But I think that maybe other incels sort of, you know, to feel that way. I'm sure I'm not like excusing any behavior, but I think that it is really stressful. I mean, especially if they just feel the way they feel and they feel like they're alone in the way they feel as well. So I suppose that there is quite a mental health component, but yeah, I feel like maybe there's just not the right tools to catch these signs, you know, as they're progressing.
Well, they even said that as he was getting into, you know, there'd be different instances over time where he was getting in trouble, but none of it was ever major, and none of it, there wasn't any signs, according to people, you know, even with the trouble he was getting into, because it was usually slaps on the wrist or somebody else getting in trouble for it.
It seems that his stepmother was very much, you know, onto him, against him. She had huge issues with him, which was part of the problem, I think, because throughout his upbringing, his mother kind of pit him against his stepmother, and she was kind of maybe the only one who really wanted to address some of the issues with him. But his parents were very, very, you know, light with him, even though I think he started going through a phase where he like wanted to throw hot drinks on people. I mean, I read a few reports of that, which is strange, but I mean, there were prior incidents and signs. Yeah, I mean, I can't really figure out why it would escalate like that. But in terms of Kohberger, I don't think that there were. We wouldn't know, but I mean, I don't think that there was anything leading up to something like that. I don't believe that Brian Koberger
Right.
is an incel.
Yeah. I mean, we
yeah.
haven't seen anything medical history wise, but
Yeah.
I don't know. It was just something I was questioning because when I was getting into this, I was like, well, wow, there's a little bit of history there. But then when it came to getting older, there wasn't nothing major, that would lead any. I know that his mom had reached out to Ellie when he had posted a particular YouTube video because she was concerned, but I guess it was downplayed and they just there was nothing that happened from it. I don't know what
You,
particular YouTube post was it. Do you know what it was?
no idea. I think a lot of his YouTube posts have been taken down. No idea. But I do know that he had some suicidal tendencies at some stage early on. So yeah, don't know.
Yeah, this is that paragraph that we were talking about. She had asked me to read, and it says, the very first night was traumatic and gave me a very bad taste about everything. Now, picture yourself when I'm talking my incel theory at Queen Road Apartments. Picture yourself in that back parking lot. Here I'll share a photo or a video real quick just to give you an image here as I kind of get into it. Let me see here. We'll go ahead and there's a couple I'm going to use. We'll use this one for the first one. That's what it looks like at night. And then the other one I'm going to use is, let's go with this one. And that's during the day. All right. So whether it's daytime or nighttime, picture yourself sitting back there in that parking lot as I'm reading this. It says, the very first night was traumatic and gave me a very bad taste about everything. Through my window, I heard a lot of students partying outside and wondered, with a great amount of fear, how would I ever be able to join in on their fun? That was the reason that I was there, after all. I didn't think I was capable of it. Later in the night, I heard a boy and a girl having intercourse in the apartment above me. Just knowing that the other young men get to enjoy the pleasures of intercourse while I get none of it has always filled me with envious rage, as well as bitter hatred towards the world. But to actually hear them doing it? Question mark. That was even more traumatizing. I was prepared for this, however. I had done a lot of research about college life in the town of Isle Vista, and I knew the students had a lot of intercourse there. I had an inkling of suspicion that I would eventually hear or even see people doing such things if I lived in that environment. Hell, the reason I moved there was because it was a sexually active place. I myself wanted to be sexually active, but when I heard that couple above me having intercourse, I couldn't help feeling vile and miserable about it. I tried to calm myself down and convince myself that soon I will be doing the exact same thing. How was I wrong? How wrong was I? Is what it ends with for that paragraph. Now, you had sent me some other ones as well. Did you want me to read those too? There's a few after that. Okay.
Yeah, I thought I was just looking for things that pertain to your incel theory. So yeah.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. We'll go ahead and then I'll just leave this up so you guys can imagine. What's up, Sifa? Everybody else hopping in. I apologize. When I read this stuff, I am not able to see chat, so I will get back to it here in a second. This is page 115. That was page 83. Page 115. I brooded and contemplated about everything. I could hear all of those happy young people partying and enjoying themselves as the new semester came to start. I mused that I should be out there, experiencing a happy, healthy college life with a group of friends, meeting up with girls and sleeping with them, just like all the other college guys do. I thought about how it was almost 2 years since I had moved to Santa Barbara, and it only made my rage and frustration grow. As I listened to all of those young people having so much fun right outside my window, my hatred of them all for not accepting me only festered and boiled inside me, filling me with immense pain. At one point, I looked out my window and saw couples strolling around the street on their way to some party. They probably slept with each other that night. The sight made me feel so inferior, like a little mouse. I felt like I was at the bottom of the food chain. I couldn't fathom how I had to endure such a painful life. This is another excerpt. This is 117 and 118 pages. Pages 117 and 118. The spring of 2013 was also the time when I came across the website puahate.com. It is a forum full of men who are starved of sex, just like me. Reading the post on that website only confirmed many of the theories I had about how wicked and degenerate females are. Most of the people on that website have extremely stupid opinions that I found very frustrating, but I found a few to be quite insightful. And this is from page 132. The hottest sorority of UCSB. After doing a lot of extensive research within the last year, I found out that the sorority with the most beautiful girls is such and such. I know exactly where their house is, and I've sat outside in my car to stalk them many times. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So environmentally, it's pretty much the same as Moscow, Idaho. So you kind of have to wonder how a similar personality would cope in that environment.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. Yeah.
And like I was saying when I was there, what's up, Tiffany? Good morning, everybody. Like I was saying when I was there at nighttime, I was there in the daytime. Daytime, you're not going to look that suspicious. You already, I mean, if you think about it, a small community, a parking lot that's set back off to the side, so it's not like people are driving by to park. That parking lot is going to be a parking lot where 99% of the time it's mostly going to be cars that live there and that they're used to. So it being a different car than that they were already used to, not having Idaho plates, they didn't think I was suspicious in the daytime. That's one thing. But when I was sitting there for multiple hours, different nights, and I would have the laptop screen light shining on my face, sitting in a parked vehicle, in a vehicle that they had never really seen except for that week, then I wasn't even suspicious at that point. So I can imagine somebody that could have just sat there and not even been suspicious, or anybody thought that they were suspicious at all. It's
Yeah,
creepy.
I mean, if people are just going about their lives as well, then they wouldn't necessarily notice a person there if it became routine, especially if, according to your theory, if they're meant to be there, like they have business being there because they live there.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a huge apartment complex, and then you're just parking there. As much as we've seen all the parties that took place and everything that was going on, and then somebody that is an incel that just came to park there to go home, why should they have to park all the way at the other end of Queen Road apartment just to go have to walk back, because they don't want to see this? Definitely. So have you seen there? I came across a video, and I got a bunch of stuff to share with you guys too. I came across this video from EWU Crime Story Time, talking about the unseen tapes. Have you seen any of these tapes? Have you, Rosie? Has anybody in chat seen this before? Let me know. Also, there's a interview with Barbara Walters, and I believe it's Elliot Rodger's dad that she interviewed, and so I thought we would check that out as well. I do have a bunch of different links to share with you guys, and then also I dropped shout out Kelly, thank you so much. I dropped a couple things in the Discord, everyone chat, so if you're on Discord, you're able to pull these up yourself. The first thing is from Malmo University. This is Irina Zetterquist, and she did a qualitative content analysis regarding Elliot Rodgers. So that's in the Discord, everybody chat. I also dropped this in the Discord, everybody chat this morning as well. And this is the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office investigative summary of everything that took place. So those two are in there. If you are on Discord and you're not in the everyone chat, I'll drop a link here real quick. Let me know if it works or doesn't work, because yesterday we were having issues, but it should be fine today. And then I'll be able to share everything else with you guys. So I'm going to check out this video here. This is from EWU Crime Story Time, and it's the unseen tapes of the killer virgin. So here's this. This is the channel. Oh, here we go. And I'll share the link with that. And if you're not subscribed to Rosee, here's her link as well. And we're going to check out some of these tapes. Now, it's going to show these tapes, I believe, that are probably gone now. And then there's Rosee, too. Very, very creepy stuff. I'm going to give everybody a heads up. Obviously, this is going to be trigger warnings. There's going to be a lot of discussion and, language and things like that. So, as always, it is a trigger warning. When we're doing that, I'm going to put that up in the top right of the screen in case anybody coming in doesn't see that. That's not showing up very good. We'll just do that then. All right, give me 1 second. And I'll share the link to this video as well. The unseen tapes.
Okay, there's all.
See guys like this. Right now, not guys like those. Those guys were ugly as fuck, but I would stop at nothing to reduce every single one of you.
Okay, we got another victim at shots fired, shots fired.
I've been doing a lot of thinking about how sad and unfair my life has been. All because girls haven't been attracted to me.
The man you're looking at is 22-year-old YouTuber Elliot Rodger. This video is one of many he recorded lamenting his obsession with his love life, or lack thereof. Although his growing anger went ignored, there were countless other red flags throughout Elliot's life that he was plotting something horrific. But no one could have ever predicted just how disturbing his true thoughts were.
Well, this is my last video.
Or how far he would go to seek his retribution.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution.
But if you think you knew just how disturbing his thoughts were, think again. Through since-removed homemade videos, many that have never been seen before, you'll soon learn the rabbit hole goes deeper than you think.
Guys like this.
In the infamous case of Elliot Rodger.
911, what's the address of emergency?
You guys think somebody else is on the line.
Okay.
I don't know what just happened.
Okay. Were you injured? Were you injured? Okay, where are you?
Somebody else's. We're at Ivy Deli in Isle Vista.
Okay, you're at Ivy Deli and somebody shot?
Yeah.
Okay.
The frantic 911 call you just heard was made after someone witnessed a terrifying encounter at a local restaurant in Santa Barbara, California. Minutes before, the well-known eatery was filled with hungry college students set on having a late-night snack. But unbeknownst to the customers, a vicious and diabolical killer was heading their way, who would soon haunt the vulnerable college town.
Hey, Elliot Rodger here. Just took a nice walk in the park. Check out that sunset. Today I'm at the golf course. Though I don't actually play golf, I only come here to admire the whole beauty and serenity of the place. It's one of the few places where I can come and truly have a sense of escape. It's my place of refuge. The sunlight's about to fade, so I'll end this video soon. Yeah. Childhood. It all has to come to this. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. I've never even kissed a girl.
Whoa.
You forced me to suffer all my life, and now I'll make you all suffer.
Whoa. I'm just going to rewind that for a second. That was a weird laugh. And then he like just changed his voice. Is that just me, or did he like laugh really odd and then his voice like changed?
No, he did.
Okay.
He did.
Whoa.
It all has to come to this. I'm 22 years old, and I'm still a virgin. I've never even kissed a girl. You forced me to suffer all my life, and now I'll make you all suffer. I've waited a long time for this. I'll give you exactly what you deserve, all of you. All you girls who rejected me and looked down upon me, and all of you men for living a better life than me, all of you sexually active men. I hate you. I hate all of you. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve.
To truly understand how he came to commit such an atrocity, we have to start at the beginning. Before moving to America, the Rodgers lived a simple life in London, and they embarked on thrilling trips around the world. Elliot recalled his childhood as memories of happiness and bliss, recollections that would soon be overshadowed by anger and indignation. He enjoyed activities typical that of a young boy: skateboarding, video games, playing outside, and reading. So how did this seemingly normal kid transform into a vicious mass murderer?
Elliot Rodger here. And here I am at Serrania Park, the most significant place of my childhood. I wish I could be a kid again. Those were the happy years, and I could just live my life without realizing how cruel the world really is.
According to Leach and Rodger, Elliot's mother, Elliot was a withdrawn and shy child growing up who enjoyed hanging out with his friends and family.
My mom just ordered me the book I've been waiting for so long. This is so awesome. I'm going to read it now.
He would often write down what he wished to say rather than speaking aloud, possibly indicating that Elliot had developed social anxiety from an early age. After moving to America at the age of 5,
Yeah, I had read something from a doctor that whenever he would get angry, he would just clench his teeth, tense up, and write things down. He would never vocalize or have any kind of outlet for this anger, because he would just hold it in. When when you're clenching your teeth and tensing up, you're just holding everything in and bottling it up.
Yeah, and I mean, he has a lot of, I don't know, they said that he seemed normal. I don't know if he was completely normal as a young child. He seemed to remember some fits of jealousy, especially before his younger sister was born. I think he was angry that she got the room he wanted, and that's something he can remember from when he was like 3. So there was just a lot of anger that he probably didn't really know how to express.
That's
early
weird.
on. Yeah.
Well, because I mean, you know, like young children, when there's a couple-year-old and then you got a new baby, they always, you know, there's a little jealousy that's natural because they were the baby for so long. And I think they said that his parents had divorced at 5, and after that is, I think when they said they started to notice the changes in social behavior as well. So that definitely, one would assume, had a major impact as well. Yeah, that's what's up, Janet. Everybody hopping in. Thank you. Again, this is I'm gonna mess it up multiple times. EWU. I keep wanting to say WSU for Washington State. EWU crime story time. Here's the link to the video if you want to save it for your private playlist, and we'll be sharing a bunch of other links as well here.
Elliot's parents enrolled him in a private school where he made his first friend in the States, a young girl in the same class. Looking back, it was very ironic that his first friend after the move was a girl, considering that she would quickly become everything that Elliot despised.
My parents used to always take me here when I was a kid. Back when my life was happy and fair. Back when I thought the world was fair. How naive I was. I was only an innocent child.
Although Elliot would come to hate many people, his love for his family would remain. However, a few months after Elliot's 7th birthday, he was saddened to hear that his parents would be getting a divorce. Following the split, Peter Rodger, Elliot's father, introduced Elliot to a woman named Sumaya, his soon-to-be stepmother. Although Elliot thought it was very sudden that his father had found a new girlfriend, Elliot admired him for acquiring a fresh relationship as quickly as he did. This is when Elliot's mindset switched. He came to believe that being attractive meant you would achieve more in life, something he would continue to believe for the rest of his life. At the age of 9, Elliot developed strong feelings of jealousy and envy. He would become angry if one of his friends played with someone else and did not like the idea of sharing.
9. So it seems like it's just I see what other people are typing too. It seems like he was entitled. It was entitlement.
I mean,
like lotto tickets. You know, I'm seeing different things being typed.
Yeah, and just a girlfriend. I mean, that's not a right. It's not something that you have a right to have. But he seemed to feel that way. Like, it was something he was very much entitled to, and like it was some kind of a violation of his rights that girls didn't want to talk to him, or being a virgin at that age. He behaved like it was something unconstitutional or something. He was very, very entitled.
You know what's weird is as I'm watching these tapes, he seems very well spoken. He seems I don't know, some of the talk, like he's like, when I was younger and things were more fair. It's like, where's your pipe and your robe and your gray hair? Your gray hair. You know what I mean? Like where's your old man chat? But so I don't know. He seems well spoken. He looks, like he's shaved and neat appearance. I wonder what it was that
So I think when he's referring to when he was younger, he's kind of talking about when he was prepubescent, right? So he hadn't actually noticed girls and noticed that they didn't want him yet. And that rejection was less intense for him because he was obviously quite obsessive, but it just, because of his age, at a certain age, it hadn't occurred to him because he wasn't interested. But when he got to that stage where, young boys will be interested in girls, and he was realizing that it just wasn't working, I suppose coupled with that sense of entitlement and intense jealousy, that's when he started to differentiate between when he was younger, as in he didn't really care about girls, to when he was older. But I think what he means is an adolescent, I suppose. But yeah, I think for him there is a distinction between before and after puberty for him.
So he was developed, so 9 years old, developing jealous traits, and did not like the idea of sharing friends even.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting when we go ahead. Sorry.
He looked for a lot of escapism from an early age, from what I can see. So, I suppose games and that kind of trying to not be where you are. So that must have gotten more intense as he became a teenager. So I think for him, there's a clear divide between being a kid and being an adult or on his way to an adult, I think.
Yeah, because I'm sure when all of his friends were starting to get interested, in other people, I'm sure, they all had their own little partner or whatever, and he probably got left out, and then because he got left out, then nobody wanted. Yeah, I mean, I see how it so he's still, even he's claiming that his childhood was still happy even after the age of 5 when his parents divorced. He admired his dad for being able to rebound so quickly. I don't know why you would admire somebody for rebounding like that, because then usually that one's going to end up the way that the other one did too.
He admired some very strange things, though. I mean,
right?
He really did. He was obsessed with height and race and fashion brands and being able to get girlfriends very quickly, and not a lot of reality actually occurred to him in terms of just being a grounded person, from what I can see.
Wow.
But yeah.
Kelly says his plan was to unalive his younger brother so his little brother could never grow up and one-up him. How old was his brother compared to him? Just a couple years?
I think so. I think it was a half brother. I think his name was Jazz or something like that.
Yeah, this is very interesting.
Although this can be typical of young children, these intense emotions would eventually dictate Elliot's state of being for the remainder of his life.
This is my usual sunset spot, mainly because there's rarely any young couples here that I would get jealous of.
He craved attention and thought that if he dressed in fashionable clothes and bleached his hair, that his status in the so-called hierarchy would ascend. But as time went on, Elliot found himself to be an outcast.
I've been cast out. No one likes me. No one accepts me. All my life, I've been struggling to fit in with the popular kids. I've been struggling to get a girlfriend. No one has ever accepted me.
In an attempt to help the young child, Elliot's parents began taking him to psychiatrists. These visits became routine throughout Elliot's life, but unfortunately, no one was able to prevent the horrific events to come.
Hey, Elliot, Rodger here. I'm sitting in my car, making another entry in my collection of vlogs. Ever since I hit puberty, I've wanted girls. I've desired girls. I've been really attracted to girls. But they've never shown any attraction back to me.
Elliot stated that his joyful existence came to a halt during his ascendance into puberty, in which he claimed to have begun his prolonged vendetta against the female species. Identifying as the invisible kid in school, Elliot began acting out to gain attention, to which he undoubtedly succeeded. He was teased by his fellow classmates, and remembered one girl in particular that would regularly berate Elliot with her friends. Elliot began to hate all girls because of this. Regardless, his entire existence from here on out revolved around one goal: acquiring a girlfriend. Although he possessed a strong hatred for the young classmate, he believed that having a girlfriend would make him happy. But as he grew older, the promise of accomplishing such a task seemed to become almost impossible. Elliot went on to use this fact as a twisted justification to commit an unthinkable crime. We cannot draw any conclusions regarding the likelihood that Elliot had a personality disorder, but his intense desire for attention is a key feature of narcissistic personality disorder.
You denied me a happy life. You deprived me of books. And I will take great pleasure in denying you life.
Wow.
It's only fair.
Whoa. You deprived me of a happy life. The female species. What the hell?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. You've covered a lot of cases, right? I mean, is he one of the creepiest? I think he is.
I mean, even that laugh, that's not a normal freaking laugh. And the way his voice changes when he does that laugh, the words directly after that laugh, you can hear the emotions in those words from the pit of his stomach. It's that deep.
Yeah, the anger.
Whoa. So these are his video blogs to himself.
I think he put them on YouTube.
So maybe this is one of these videos is probably the one that the mom came across and then contacted LE about. But he just said, you denied me and I'm denying you life. I mean, I guess because it's not a specific threat to any person in particular or something, so maybe they couldn't do nothing. But
yeah, I mean, one does have to wonder how these videos went, unlooked at. Or, I mean, we both have YouTube channels, and you have to be careful what you put out there. And this is, I mean, I'm surprised by this. I mean, and they say that he's this incel king. Which means that he has some kind of a following through this, which is disturbing.
Well, maybe that's when things changed, I mean, maybe that's when some of the things changed when it came to their guidelines or something. They took his channel down.
Yeah, I would hope so. But I mean, still, it's amazing to think that this could be allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is. Like, I mean, maybe because it wasn't direct. What year did all this take place?
2015.
2015?
14.
14?
Yeah.
You life. It's only fair.
Elliot became depressed into his teen years due to the fact that he transferred through multiple schools and was continually bullied at each one. Not long after, his parents resorted to homeschool. His social anxiety worsened, and he was prescribed Xanax and Prozac, but stopped taking them after a year. It came to a point that at the age of 16, he broke down at a family friend's dinner and confessed that he wished to commit. This was due to the fact that one of the girls at the dinner had invited her cool friends, as Elliot referred to them. He was unable to cope with the thought that he was not a part of the cool kid group. Additionally, he grew upset about the lack of attention from girls that he desired and felt disgusted when he would see others in relationships.
Yo, when you're breaking down at a family friend's dinner, that's a fucking sign, man. Maybe, like, what are you doing? Like, son, what are you doing? Like, because the girl, okay. I'm the interview with Barbara Walters is his dad. That's going to be interesting to see the interview with the dad after this, to see what he said. I mean, because like, this is at a family friend's dinner. Your kid's freaking out because he's not part of the cool group.
From what I've read, he cried a lot, like proper tantrums, well into his teens.
Oh, I bet.
And then he would get angry and embarrassed about it, I think. But lots of crying that I've read about. So I think his parents might have just been in denial about it. I don't know if they knew what to think.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting Entitled is what it sounds like to me. It's going to be interesting to hear what the dad has to say to Barbara Walters, because I know she'll probably be asking. I haven't seen it. I'm sure she'll be asking some great questions. All right, so he grew upset, lack of attention, broke down at a family friend's dinner.
Attention from girls that he desired, and felt disgusted when he would see others in relationships.
I've concluded that females have a very flawed and perverted form of sexual attraction.
After high school, Elliot attended Pierce Community College, where his behavior became increasingly aggressive. Remaining an outcast, he was supposedly attacked by fellow students, including an incident where 4 young men threw eggs at him while Elliot was walking back to his mother's house. Elliot retaliated by throwing an egg at their car, causing the men to initiate a fight. He was armed with a knife and brandished it to scare the boys off. After this incident, he felt powerful and would soon invoke similar acts. Elliot maintained a few friends throughout his college experience, but his extreme views on women and the world had put a strain on their relationship. Elliot felt even more slighted by this. He eventually dropped out of Pierce and enrolled at Moore Park, but then transferred to Santa Barbara City College, where he studied history and geography, although his focus remained on his anger towards other people.
This world, it's so twisted. It's so cruel. And you girls make it cruel.
While attending Santa Barbara City College, Elliot moved into an apartment in Isla Vista and soon began exploring his new surroundings. He would frequent the local Starbucks, where inevitably he often witnessed couples waiting in line. On one occasion, he supposedly became so infuriated at a specific couple that he followed them out of the establishment before splashing them with hot coffee.
Oh.
He apparently did the same to 2 girls on a separate occasion that didn't show him the attention he thought he deserved. Elliot felt triumphant after his unprovoked attacks and quickly realized that he was capable of doing much more.
I'm so angry right now. I was enjoying a peaceful time at this beach park, and what comes to sit in front of me? A young couple, a guy with his hot girlfriend. I mean, who do they think they are? Coming here, sitting in front of me to make me feel jealous? This is the reason why I hate the world.
Whoa.
Whoa.
I gotta pause this real quick for contribution call-outs here. And StreamYard didn't show me earlier. Kelly, thank you for becoming a YouTube member. Contribution call-out, appreciate that. Want to say thank you to Rock Chalk for becoming a member as well. And thank you, Ashley, for becoming a member as well. Bam, bam. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you for becoming part of the member family. Check out those new ones I dropped about 4 or 5 days ago. This wow. So it almost okay, so you go to golf courses to avoid seeing you're probably seeing older people most of the time. I love golf. I'm a golfer. Yes, you see older people most of the time. That I can see him going there because he knows, like he said earlier, I know I'm not going to. This right here, you parked directly behind a picnic table, so it leads me to think you wanted to park directly behind that to see that happen.
Because he wanted to take the video, because he wanted to put it up wherever he put it so that he could tell people how upset he was about it.
Right.
I mean, I think that there's no reason why a happy couple wouldn't be at the beach, right?
Right.
So
At a picnic table to sit down, even if it's to take a break to eat something. But he is like directly there, and then like these
yeah,
people know, that, hey, honey, guess what? Let's go sit at this picnic table. There's a car right there. This kid that doesn't get sex. Let's sit at this picnic table. make him frustrated. Wow, like
it's your fault, yeah.
and you can see in like some of his videos, like, you know, just the one that we saw where his hair, you know, he's got his collared shirt unbuttoned a couple times to show his chest, his hair's blowing in the wind, and he's kind of giving the camera little mini kisses and stuff. And it's like, damn, man, you are in love with yourself.
Right.
So that's why you feel like it's them and not you, because you're so damn in love with yourself. Why wouldn't somebody want you?
Exactly. Yeah, it comes back to the entitlement. But yeah, I mean, I honestly think that it was a lot of what his anger was about was more so jealousy of other males than just hate towards females. I think that it was about the males that they chose instead of him, not only just the fact that they didn't choose him. Because according to him, he's perfect, right? So
and he probably felt, you know, like, I don't have to reach out to females, you know, because he saw other guys not have to reach out to females. The females would flock because, you know, it's
that happens. People are different.
Right. And so some of us don't have to reach out to females in order to initiate any kind of thing. It just happens. And so I'm surprised that he didn't blame men more. So then it makes me wonder, is the reason that he blamed women was because he didn't have enough balls to stand up to the men? Because if you're getting mad and you're going like this, well, then how are you, you know, it's easier to approach a female, I suppose. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that is, and that's interesting as well, because he's describing this hatred to females so much, and yet his biggest issue in life is that he doesn't have one. But at the same time, he hates them so much. But then again, he doesn't have one, so he's really upset about that. So it kind of also makes you wonder if there was some kind of an issue towards men, if this was something more about jealousy. And I think that, you know, he can scapegoat the female as much as he wants, but there's also a feeling of lack in him, that he's just not like these other men. Like, he has to on some level be wondering, you know, what is wrong with me? Because clearly, you know, nobody wants him for obvious reasons. But
confidence, you know, if you don't have enough confidence to speak before it becomes an explosion, then you don't have enough confidence to, I can imagine, you know what I mean? I've been around where, you know, I had to be the one to get girlfriend. I mean, I'm being serious. I had to be the one to get girlfriends for my friends. Like, it was crazy because some of them didn't have the confidence to speak to a woman, and I'd just walk up to a woman and start talking, no fucking problem. And so there'd be plenty of times that I would get girlfriends for my friends. Just, you know, it's a confidence thing, but none of them, like, you know, did any of that shit. I mean,
it's shyness. This is delinquency, I suppose. But I mean, he's also like obsessing over things that aren't necessarily important. Like, he keeps thinking if he wins the lottery, he'll get a girlfriend, or if he wears better clothes. Like you say, it's not that. It's just the confidence that he's going about it all wrong, and he's just getting more and more angry and jealous. And doing things like this, going to this picnic table, is I mean, I think attention seeking, because like you say, they're going to be there. So,
Well,
yeah, I mean,
it makes me wonder now because, and maybe he thought that because I've seen some people type in chat that the father, I don't know for sure. I haven't even heard the words of the father yet. But a lot of people are typing in chat that he was very well off. And so maybe that's why, maybe that's where he's coming from when he's thinking the more that he spends or looks, that he'll get it, because he admired his dad when he was a young child, single digit age, and admired his dad for being able to rebound so quickly. And maybe he thought from then, oh, it's because he's rich and he has money.
His father was wealthy at some stage. They landed on tough times. They weren't always like that. There was a fair amount of up and down. And he said that he admired his father for a couple of things, but I actually don't believe that. He was much closer with his mother, and I actually don't think he liked his father at all. So maybe it came from that, that situation where he didn't have a figure to look up to and understand how this, social interaction of walking up to a girl might actually work. I'm not saying that's something that you learn exclusively from your father, but an influence will help for a young boy. So
yeah, it's I don't know. It's going to be interesting. It makes me wonder if the dad was, what kind of a father he was too. I don't know. We'll find out when we hear this interview with Barbara Rogers. Contribution call out to Rock Chalk. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Let me scroll down in chat. I wish StreamYard would fix it because it'd be nice to display it on the screen. Gordon, Nick, Margaret, Swampside Chick, Mary, Danny, Mama 5, Natalie B, and Nicola were all gifted a membership. Dang, thank you so much, Rock Chalk. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. It's going to be interesting to hear what that dad says.
This is getting too out of hand. I can't go anywhere anymore without seeing these young couples getting jealous and having them remind me of what I'm lacking in life.
Narcissistic people are extremely hypersensitive to criticism and rejection, and can become angry, spiteful, and violent towards anyone whom they perceive as mistreating them or not giving them the special treatment they feel they deserve. This is not only due to the narcissist's fragile self-esteem, but also because they feel they are special and unique and should therefore be accepted, welcomed, and admired by all those they interact with. Undeniably, this seemed to be the case for young Elliot. He was still very intent on having a girlfriend and thought that becoming rich would make him more attractive to girls. Using the monthly allowance from his parents, he spent this on high-end clothes, including brands such as Armani and Hugo Boss.
Damn! Right now I'm wearing my Hugo Boss shirt. It's one of my favorite button-down shirts. This is a shirt I wore to the premiere of the Hunger Games.
Why is it not ironed? Sorry, I just wanted to pause that real quick.
It looks fabulous. And yeah, I did walk on the red carpet on that premiere. It was quite an experience indeed.
He strived to look of extreme wealth and felt that he was superior to all other men when doing so. He even spent $700 on lottery tickets and took multiple trips to Arizona to purchase them, but failed to win. He felt hopeless about his life, and it was around this time when Elliot considered the idea of carrying out a deadly act of revenge. He deemed it the day of retribution.
It's truly a beautiful day. But, as I've always said, a beautiful environment is the darkest hell if you have to experience it all alone. And sadly, I've been alone for a very long time. I do everything I can to appear attractive to you. I dress nice. I'm sophisticated. I'm magnificent. I have a nice car, a BMW. Well, it's nicer than 90% of the people at my college. You know, I'm polite. I'm the ultimate gentleman. And yet, you girls, you never give me a chance. I don't know why. You know, I put a lot of effort into dressing nice. These sunglasses here were $300. Giorgio Armani. So I'll put them on. See? I'm the guy you should be going for, not those obnoxious slobs you love so much. I don't know why you're not attracted to me. I don't know what you don't see in me. But I'll make sure you all pay for it.
Elliot's speech and mannerisms are similar to that of individuals with developmental delays, specifically autism spectrum disorder. The dialect can be recognized as monotone and flat, but in some cases it can be exaggerated with the use of very formal vocabulary, as is the case with Elliot.
You've deprived me of love and affection all my life. And that's a declaration of war. If it's war you want, then war you shall have.
Adults with autism spectrum disorder sometimes speak and behave in a manner that mimics a favorite TV or movie character. Elliot seemed to have been doing this as he appeared to be impersonating the words and facial expressions of an evil villain. It would later be confirmed that Elliot was diagnosed with Asperger's disorder, which is now known as autism spectrum disorder. But in no way does this correlate with his actions.
I'm going to show you all a short little tour of this college town called Isla Vista. Every time I drive through this place, I am overcome with rage. Here it is. I'm approaching a street called Del Playa. So many beautiful girls walking around here. But they would never give me a chance. See, look at that one. I just passed one. Here we go.
You didn't even
Look at
stop.
this.
What do you mean?
Groups of hot young sluts who would just reject me. And look at these douchebags right here. These assholes, these obnoxious little slobs. Those are the kind of guys that girls like instead of magnificent gentlemen like myself. Hold on, let me check if I'm getting some good footage. Am I?
To fuel his rage, he would also scour the streets of Isla Vista at night, hoping to find couples and beautiful young women to chastise from his car.
You're an asshole.
This further indicates Elliot's sense of grandiosity, as he likely felt a surge of confidence while stating the insults. It's noteworthy that he makes these comments from the safety of his car, rather than confronting the ongoers face to face, giving him the feeling that he had the upper hand.
Here I am, Elliot Rodger. Beautiful, magnificent gentleman. Though the girls around this town don't see it. This world does not make sense.
This revulsion for people in relationships compelled Elliot to share his thoughts in online forums, one of them being bodybuilding.com, where he writes, "It's been my life's struggle to get a beautiful white girl." Along with this, authorities located several other posts written by Elliot that continue to expound his fury for women, such as "Women don't deserve rights," and "They are evil, sadistic beasts who whore themselves out to degenerate men and ignore the men who actually deserve them." There were about 28 pages filled with similar rhetoric, each post more hostile than the last.
Look, that's the house I got beat up at when I walked in on the party. That was about almost a year ago now.
The beating that Elliot referred to happened during the summer of 2013. While at a house party, Elliot was jumped by a group of college kids before being pushed off of a 10-foot balcony. He stated that they were trying to hurt him without reason, But the truth was later revealed that Elliot had attempted to shove multiple girls off of the balcony after making gestures to imitate shooting a gun towards the partygoers. A group of young men intervened, and of course, Elliot lied about what happened to his family and the police. Once again, he was furious that the girls didn't take an interest to him and violently retaliated. The violent party event would be Elliot's last straw.
You see guys like this. Right now, not guys like those. Those guys were ugly as fuck, but see, look here. A house party. Beautiful girls talking with their frat boys. I hate them all. They think they're better than me. They'll never accept me as one of them. Those girls would never go for me.
During the later months of 2013,
That's crazy. Like he never even stopped. Like I heard a couple of them girls screaming when he drove by. Who's to say they weren't saying, "Hey, nice car," you know? Like he didn't even stop. He didn't even stop. 75. Thank you, Yvette. Man, it makes you like. And then he just stopped. Like they were sitting there outside, and he just stopped in the middle of the road, and nobody was like, "Hey, what's?" You know, they were. Man,
Yeah, so I think a lot of what he's doing here is because this is, for him to distribute to other incels. So it's not even necessarily that he's expecting to be spoken to. He just wants to go out and film that experience and be like, look, they don't even speak to me, just so that he can, make some demonstration of how cruel these females are to him. Whereas maybe that has happened to him privately, but now he needs to get on camera. So
I'm sure, but still, I mean, I don't know. Why do they think he's like the king? That's what I'm wondering, because I see these videos, and it's not like these videos are the actual denials taking place, which would be one thing. You're just driving around saying, "Oh, this one wouldn't, and this one wouldn't," but I don't see you do.
I suppose that if people in his position are feeling in a certain way, it's probably very comforting to see somebody describing what they're feeling, so that they feel like they're not alone. So maybe the fact that he was very vocal was just enough for them. I don't know. Maybe they just felt understood. Because, I mean, obviously it's somehow they understand that. I mean, when we watch it, we're just freaked out. But for them, it maybe it makes them feel heard, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it just, I don't know. He just seems so arrogant. And then you mix the arrogant with the entitlement. And it's no wonder, because you probably had a girl that was attracted to you sitting in the car next to you, and she's like, "Hey, can I stop at this gas station to get a Mountain Dew?" And you're like, "No, I don't want to." You know what I mean? Like that's probably what was taking place. You're like, "Fuck this guy." Right.
Exactly. I mean, he doesn't actually. He's gotten to a stage where he's now just brooding in how angry he is. He probably doesn't even want it to happen because he wants to carry on talking about how it doesn't happen, right? So, look.
It's like, shit, I just want a Mountain Dew. No, I don't want to. I don't, and I can see it going, and like the ego and the entitlement mixed together. I'm sure that's what screwed you over, man. Not not looking nice or dressing nice or whatever.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's just crazy.
Elliot received 2 new roommates, students at UCSB, who he greatly disliked. Their arguments seemed to be a daily occurrence, and Elliot even reported one of the young men to the local authorities for stealing his candles. The 2 friends found Elliot to be strange and obnoxious and planned to report him to their complex manager. The tension would continuously rise, but unfortunately, the pair would eventually meet a cold and cruel fate.
But girls are not attracted to me. And there's a major problem with that. A major problem. That's a problem that I intend to rectify.
In preparation for the unforgettable day, it was discovered that Elliot read books on mass murderers and serial killers at the library, but would never actually take the literature home.
I will not let this fly. It's an injustice that needs to be dealt with.
He would also research various torture equipment, such as Spanish Inquisition torture devices, but it was later revealed in a recovered document just how far he was willing to go to attain his satisfaction. Following Elliot's chilling preparation, the day had finally come for the twisted mind to take his revenge.
Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this.
Oh, wow.
Tomorrow is the day of retribution. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you. Well, this is it. This is my last video. It all has to come to this. Tomorrow is the day of retribution.
It's evident here that Elliot is bordering on delusion with this bizarre performance. It's possible that his off-putting personality, so to say, is exactly what ostracized him from his peers. But Elliot's vindictive persona would propel him to organize a horrific attack. Before his day of retribution, it was discovered that Elliot had sent a disturbing email to his parents, therapists, and acquaintances entitled My Twisted World. This would later be known as Elliot's Manifesto, where he detailed his anger and frustrations toward the world, specifically women. Not only that, but the killer also went into chilling detail about what he really had planned for the vulnerable town of Isla Vista.
Minutes ago, I finally checked my email. I saw this letter. It's from Elliot Rodger, who's a Santa Barbara City College student. It's 141 pages. So when you get to the end, which is where I went to immediately, page 134, it's a very detailed attack they plans on taking in Isla Vista, including shooting people and driving in a car to intentionally run over pedestrians and then shoot themselves.
You girls have never been attracted to me. I don't know why you girls aren't attracted to me, but I will punish you all for it. It's an injustice, a crime, because I don't know what you don't see in me. I'm the perfect guy. And yet you throw yourselves at all these obnoxious men instead of me, the supreme gentleman.
Whoa.
I will punish all of you for it.
Elliot's maniacal laugh almost sounds forced, like he's an actor playing a part, and his smile is likely feigned. Fake smiles are one of the most common nonverbal lies in body language, and only includes the mouth compared to genuine smiles, which involve most of the face. Elliot also wrote that he planned to kill his younger half-brother Jazz and stepmother Sumaya. He accredited this decision to his hatred for how Sumaya would supposedly mistreat him. And even though he mentioned that he and his half-brother had grown closer over the previous year, he could not bear the thought of having someone else live the life that he wanted.
What are you doing, Jazz?
Elliot wrote that Sumaya would allegedly chastise him, saying that Jazz would go on to become a successful actor. He'd have lots of friends, whereas Elliot would not.
I'll be a god, exacting my retribution, and all those who deserve it. And you do deserve it, just for the crime of living a better life than me. All you popular kids, you've never accepted me. All I've ever wanted was to love you and to be loved by you. I wanted a girlfriend. I wanted sex. I wanted love, affection, adoration. You think I'm unworthy of it. That's a crime that can never be forgiven.
These thoughts are indicative of severe antisocial personality disorder. Based on the contents of the email, his desire for revenge and his willingness to harm others in such a callous and vicious manner indicates a complete lack of empathy and poor moral conscience. Although it was never expected that he would take his anger so far. Next, it would be uncovered that the original day of Elliot's retribution was previously set for April 26, 2014. This was due to the fact that he knew of his father's scheduled business trip, which guaranteed his absence. Elliot was sure he would be able to successfully complete the murders of his stepmom and stepbrother without worrying if he would have to kill his father. But 2 days before his arranged day of carnage, Elliot fell ill with a cold, and his dad arrived home from his trip earlier than expected.
Ooh.
It seemed in Elliot's murderous mind that it wasn't of the right timing to commit his so-called revenge, as he so desperately wanted things to be perfect.
Wow. So just because he felt ill and his dad came back home early from a trip, that's so. Did he? Is that where he started off? Was that the home on his?
No,
No, I didn't think so.
It was his apartment at university, and then he moved, further out into the university town. So yeah, maybe it was an excuse. I mean, maybe he was afraid. I don't know about killers,
Yeah.
taking sick leave and being like, I have a cold.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was probably scary in a way, but that isn't where it happened, as far as I understand.
Man, they failed him too. Yeah, gosh, it does. I don't know. It seems like there had to be. It's going to be interesting to hear what this dad has to say. So he wanted to get rid of his stepmom, and his stepbrother. His stepbrother's a successful actor. Who's his stepbrother? Is he a successful actor? Thank you, Kib Kitty, ticket 76. Does anybody know his stepbrother, or who he is? Reddit and 4chan, he was Saint Elliot. Oh my gosh. I mean, I don't know. I've never heard. I mean, I think I'm a gentleman, but I don't think I'm the fucking best. I got flaws too. Shit. Who?
Yeah.
To think that you're the supreme fucking. Where'd you get that confidence from? If it wasn't,
I don't even know if it is confidence. I think he's just delusional. I mean, I don't know.
You should pop in and what's up, Ian? That was from page 83 of the Manifesto, Tandy, from Elliot Rodger, the Manifesto. The younger brother was talking smack about being an actor. Oh, okay. I thought he said he was. So this is right when he's about to plan this attack. Now, if you don't know, he did hurt individuals, not only with a pistol, but also his vehicle. And I think there was, and a knife. All sorts of different ways.
He would then reset the date for May 24th, almost a month later. But instead, for an unverified reason, the horrifying incident would occur the night prior, perhaps suggesting that Elliot assumed his retribution would last into the early morning hours.
And in turn, I will deny all of you life. It's only fair. I hate all of you. Humanity is a disgusting, wretched, depraved species.
While unaware that his future plans would be unexpectedly put on hold, Elliot released multiple YouTube videos 1 week prior to April 26, 2014, showcasing his frustrations with life. However, he wouldn't release his final video until the day of the shooting, which puts into detail just exactly what he intended to do. Although he does not speak of his set plan in the initial videos, it goes to show how his enraged mindset grew with each day.
Oh, check it out. There's me. All my fabulousness. Oh yeah. Elliot Rodger. I am so awesome.
When Elliot made these videos, he likely didn't imagine where they might end up. In the last place, someone with a fragile ego would want them: Reddit. A participant located some of Elliot's videos, which many of the users described as disturbing and unpleasant to watch. One of them being a student at UCSB, who would then go on to confirm the deadly event to their fellow online peers. Many of the comments regarded Elliot's awkward mannerisms, some even predicting that he would go on to commit a terrible act. But others would shockingly side with Elliot, expressing their synonymous feelings of loneliness. Some of the accounts wished that they had warned police when they initially viewed the troubling content, but it was later revealed that the authorities had a chance to prevent the attack well before the memorable day.
This world, it's so twisted. It's so cruel. And you girls make it cruel. You girls have starved me of and enjoyment and pleasure for my entire youth. You've taken 8 years away from my life. 8 years I'll never get back.
Elliot's mother came across the uncomfortable videos soon after they were posted, while researching her son's name, fearing that he may have been transported to a nearby hospital. The worried mother hadn't heard from Elliot in 3 to 4 days and was feeling very uneasy regarding his whereabouts. After finding the alarming content, she immediately contacted mental health officials, who alerted the local authorities. Officers then began to look for Elliot and found him in his apartment before proceeding to ask about the videos. When conducting the check, police surmised Elliot to be an extremely polite young man that did not seem to be acting in a concerning manner. The 22-year-old convinced the authorities that he was completely fine, stating that he would not hurt himself or anyone else. Compared to the bold presence Elliot portrays on camera, in reality, he was very withdrawn and quiet. While the officers may have thought Elliot to be a normal resident of the college town, they never would have guessed that they were talking to a cold-blooded killer who could have been stopped.
Yes, I'm a shy, quiet guy, but I have good qualities to myself. I'm a gentleman. I'm sophisticated. I'm polite. I have good values. And I can be fun, too, if they just give me a chance to open up. But girls never give me a chance because they're evil and cruel like that.
Although Elliot talked about his plan for the day of retribution in his most infamous video, he left out the horrific agenda that was supposed to take place one day before the actual attack. This included his idea of kidnapping, tormenting, and killing his victims within his apartment.
Whoa.
He admitted that in order to do so, he must eliminate his 2 housemates so he can utilize the space for his diabolical activity. Next, he schemed to lure people in one by one, to which he alluded that monstrous acts would be performed. Unsurprisingly, Elliot stated that he would torture those he deemed attractive first. He detailed how he would pour boiling water on their bare skin, along with flaying, stripping, and cutting their flesh before removing their heads.
Dang.
Finally, Elliot wanted to disperse the severed body parts amongst the city streets, while simultaneously executing his bloody rampage.
What the hell?
You will finally see that I am, in truth, the superior one. The true alpha male.
To begin his day of terror, Elliot attacked and killed 19-year-old George Chin, a friend of his roommates. He left his body in the fetal position, surrounded by blood-ridden paper towels in the apartment bathroom. The autopsy report would identify that George had been stabbed approximately 94 times.
Wow.
Elliot then took out his rage on his 2 roommates, 20-year-olds Waihan Wong and Chen Hong. He attacked and killed them in one of the bedrooms, leaving their bodies face down with bed sheets and clothes over them. They too died from multiple stab wounds. Hours after taking the lives of his first 3 victims, Elliot took his evil plan to the streets of Isla Vista. It's unknown what exactly he was doing in the time between killing his roommates and when he was spotted next. He was apparently seen at approximately 4:40 in the afternoon on May 23, 2014, while boarding a local bus in Santa Barbara. Bizarrely, 2 young girls were also walking in front of him, visibly shaken up. They sat very close together, once in their seat, while Elliot sat directly behind them. He supposedly whispered, "Don't look back," while his hand rested in his backpack, suggesting a gun was in his possession. He was apparently sharply glaring at the pair and looked very angry. The girls seemed like they were being held hostage by Elliot and possibly intimidated into getting on the bus with him. Unfortunately, it's unclear as to what may have happened to the individuals before and after this.
Oh, wow.
Around 9:15 p.m., Elliot made his way to the Alpha Phi house in Isla Vista, California, where he planned to kill every girl that resided in the well-known sorority. He knocked on the large wooden door for 3 minutes straight, but the tenants refused to answer. Luckily for the girls, a code was required to enter, something apparently Elliot didn't know, although it was later discovered that he'd been stalking the sorority for quite some time. His inflated sense of self-esteem may have led him to think that someone would open the door for him without question. In his mind, he was an extremely attractive and well-dressed young man. Why wouldn't the girls open the door? Fortunately, the sorority sisters were able to dodge the determined Elliot, but others weren't so lucky.
Okay, one, I'm getting wise that we got multiple gunshot wounds on the corner of Del Norte and Segovia.
Del Norte and Segovia.
Uncoordinated genetic poetry and antigen. 3 down on the corner of Segovia and Del Norte, and 3 injuries right here.
On the day of retribution, I am going to enter the hottest sorority house of UCSB.
About 30 seconds after the pounding at their front door stopped, the young women immediately heard gunshots ringing out from the nearby surroundings. When they peered out of their windows, they were horrified to see 3 young women laying along the sidewalk and grass. When police responded to the scene, they found 19-year-old Veronica Wise and 22-year-old Katie Cooper deceased, resulting from multiple gunshot wounds.
911, what is that? Is it your emergency?
We have a shooting on Embarcadero Del Norte.
Embarcadero, okay, we're on Embarcadero Del Norte.
Goleta, Isla Vista.
No, I know. Where on, like, what block or what's the nearest cross street from there?
It is Segovia.
Okay.
Segovia, Embarcadero Del Norte.
Did you actually see the person shooting the gun, or did you see what it made contact with, or did you
I
just
only
hear it?
saw the car.
You saw a car? Did it make contact with anybody?
Yeah.
Who?
We have 3 girls, 3 women.
They got shot?
Yes.
Both girls were part of the Tri Delta sorority at UCSB and were simply walking to their intended destinations before being viciously shot and killed by Elliot. The third gunshot victim could be heard yelling, "I'm going to die," repeatedly while speaking to her mother on the phone. But it was later reported that she survived the horrific ordeal.
Oh, wow.
Next, at approximately 9:27 p.m., officers responded to numerous gunshots being heard from the area of Embarcadero Del Norte and Pardal Road. After arriving, police spotted a couple of local college kids standing on the corner and asked about the tumultuous sounds. The students claimed that it was merely fireworks, but the officers would soon come to understand that it was far from anything celebratory.
Humanity is a disgusting, wretched, depraved species. If I had it in my power, I would stop at nothing to reduce every single one of you to mountains of skulls and rivers of blood.
After speaking with the college kids, police noticed a black BMW parked near the Isla Vista Deli, a local diner. Seconds later, they identified a young male frantically running to the vehicle before fleeing eastbound on Pardal. Little did the officers know the man would turn out to be Elliot Rodger, the prime murder suspect in this harrowing case.
911, what's the address of the emergency?
I'm at Ivy. Your guy thinks somebody else is on the line. Okay. I don't know what happened.
Okay, were you injured? Were you injured? Okay, where are you?
Somebody else's. We're at Ivy Deli in Isla Vista.
Okay, you're at Ivy Deli and somebody shot?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I understand. Okay, I'm getting help started. Do you know how many people are hurt?
I don't know.
Hello?
Yes.
34. here. Okay, then I'll let you talk to him.
Soon the police heard screaming from inside of the deli and began making their way to the traumatized bystanders. Inside, they found a young man profusely bleeding while lying on the ground with a single gunshot wound to his chest. He would eventually be identified as 20-year-old Christopher Martinez, a student at UCSB. Initially, it was reported that Christopher could be seen breathing when police first arrived, but soon one of the officers provided CPR as his breaths were no longer visible. Unfortunately, the first aid was to no avail. But Elliot's murderous rampage was far from over. Elliot continued driving around the town of Isla Vista while simultaneously shooting the civilians and hitting them with his car, where he injured multiple people. During this time, numerous police officers responded. Some were forced to engage in shootouts with the killer.
I was shot at from a two-door BMW, westbound from Alamo to Dallas.
CPR in progress.
Okay, we got another gunshot. Victim at shots fired, shots fired.
The first shootout took place on Del Playa Road, where Elliot fired his weapon at one of the authorities from his BMW. Taking shelter between two parked cars, the officer was forced to shoot back in defense, but was unable to stop him. Next, Elliot traveled along Sabato Tarde Road while shooting his handgun out of his window at passing citizens. Fearing for their lives and those around, multiple officers amongst the area opened fire on the car, with only one round confirmed to have entered the vehicle. The bullet wounded Elliot on his upper left thigh, but unfortunately could not bring the ambush to a stop.
All those popular kids who live such lives of hedonistic pleasure while I've had to rot in loneliness for all these years. They've all looked down upon me every time I tried to go out and join them. They've all treated me like a mouse. Well, now I will be a god compared to you. You will all be animals. You are animals.
The horrific incident would eventually come to an end at approximately 9:35 p.m., when Elliot subsequently crashed his vehicle into the back of a parked black Jeep on Del Playa Road. Officers rushed the scene, where they found an additional victim that had been thrown off of his bike after being hit with Elliot's car.
Man.
The authorities placed him in handcuffs, unsure if the person had been involved with the shooting. Quickly, they established that the individual was an innocent victim and immediately provided medical treatment for his wounds.
Oh.
I am so godlike.
The shooting lasted a harrowing 8 minutes, but in that time, the community of Isla Vista would be drastically altered in the most sickening way. Police immediately began to investigate how someone could commit such an atrocity and eventually found a shocking piece of information.
My name's Sean, I'm apartment manager at Ivy, like the apartment. And I know something's going on in Ivy. I just got an email from one of the residents, and it's like really disturbing. And it's like,
Okay, there's been a shooting in ID.
No, I understand that, but I got an email from a resident, and it's like 141 pages long, and it says like the life of Elliot Rodger.
Okay.
At the end, it talks about killing people.
Okay, yeah, we actually have somebody else. What's your name?
Following the shooting, police once again made their way to Elliot's apartment, where they uncovered the bodies of his roommates, Weehan Wong and Chen Hong, and their friend, George Chin. The horror continued to unfold as law enforcement searched Elliot's room, where they found disturbing pieces of evidence, indicating that he had been planning the attack for an extensive amount of time. This included a small sledgehammer, one 18-inch blade machete, a zombie killer fixed blade knife, a folding knife, lottery tickets, a book entitled The Art of Seduction, various handgun cases, a printout of his 137-page email, personal journals, a hand-drawn picture of a person being stabbed by multiple knives, along with several additional items. The journal looked like it had been torn apart, but the latest entry on May 23, 2014 read, "I had to tear some pages out because I feared my intentions would be discovered. I taped them back together as fast as I could. This is it. In 1 hour, I will have my revenge on this cruel world. I hate you all. Die." Additionally, one of Elliot's button-up shirts and a pair of denim jeans were entangled in his bed sheets. A majority of the clothing was suffused in blood, most likely the outfit that Elliot wore while killing his roommates and their friend. Officers then noticed lengthy slashes and cuts that had been made to the bed, which suggests that Elliot may have been practicing how to use the deadly weapon before turning it on his first 3 victims. But most eerily of all, authorities discovered Elliot's computer resting atop his sheets, open with the words, "Your video has been uploaded," written across the screen. The ominous video would come to be Elliot's final and most notorious YouTube log, detailing the chilling and unimaginable plan to enact his revenge on the people of Isla Vista, entitled Elliot Rodger's Retribution. Unfortunately, these items were found much too late, after Elliot had already carried out the truly evil act. To this day, many consider Elliot to be a glorious incel hero, but to most, he is known as a cold-blooded killer. Some claim that Elliot has provided them with inspiration, including the mass murderer Alec Manassian, who killed 11 people in 2018. Unfortunately, Elliot is still highly regarded as a hero to his cult following. Before authorities were able to ensure that Elliot faced the necessary consequences, he had completed his structured plan. Within Elliot's car, police found a Sig Sauer pistol, several loaded magazines, and a mix of unidentified prescription drugs. They also discovered Elliot's iPhone 4, containing 200 selfies, along with his infamous vlogs. The autopsy would later confirm that Elliot ended his life. But most would argue that the so-called incel hero took the easy way out, while so many had to endure the worst kind of suffering and pain. Within the short period of time, he would go on to injure 14 people and viciously murder 6 innocent victims.
Do you know how much misery you've caused me? I'm such a nice guy. Why won't you give me a chance?
Damn. That's crazy.
It's crazy.
I'm going to have to look into why people, I don't understand why people, because he's the first one it's 2014, early 2010s. I know there wasn't a lot of YouTube, it was a lot of, maybe it was because it was like in the beginning stages of a lot of uploads and channels being added. And
Yeah, I'm not sure.
How do you become the king? I still don't understand it.
I suppose maybe it was about like the volume of information he was putting out there. He was obviously self-obsessed. So like to send in 137 was a page email. I mean, maybe it's just the volume of it. I don't understand it either. I mean, to us, he's nothing special.
I suppose if you're an incel, you're probably used to having your discussions maybe towards amongst of close friends or even a chat group, and maybe they consider him the king because, like you're saying, he put out all of this content which they might not have the confidence to do because you're already lacking confidence already. Maybe. I
mean, maybe he just worded it well, captured what they were going through in a way that people hadn't for them. Because I think one of their main things is feeling, misunderstood and lonely, and then here's somebody who's putting their whole experience into words, according to them, maybe.
And this is what's weird too. You continue to focus on your messages in your post. You continue to focus all this hate towards the female species. But I think hell, right in the beginning, you unalived 3 dudes. And then, so it's like, okay, who was your bag with? Was it just humans in general? And you're blaming it on women?
I think so. I mean, I think that the three initial victims, his excuse was that he just didn't want them in the flat or apartment because he had some other plan. But I mean, I think that he does have a lot of weak excuses, and he's just filled with rage.
Yeah.
I do really suspect that his issue is equally, or maybe even more, with men.
Yeah.
Just because you can't be like them.
Yeah. Because you saw all these other people get approached and you weren't getting approached, and you didn't have the confidence, so then it just developed into that. It's just crazy. I'm surprised that people worship him like that. So this is, I'm going to share a couple things with you guys, and then we're going to go into the interview with the dad and Barbara Walters. So I'm going to share some things with you. This is the Wikipedia. If you'd like to check that out. Basically, I figured instead of reading through a lot of these, I figured we'd sit back and actually watch the videos instead of hear just the words, because I think the videos, you hear the emotions and everything behind the words. I think it has a more lasting effect when it comes to the retention of it. And then the Elliot Rodger Revolution, sinister diagram by British-born California gunman 22 reveals his deranged plan. And so this is another article that goes into it. This is from Daily Mail. We all love Daily Mail. And there's this one I'm going to share. Give me a second here. The next one, this is an article that just, because he's supposed to be the king. There's somebody from Toronto that wanted to idolize him, supposedly. This is somebody else. Another article for that I'll share with you guys. Then the next one is article from BBC, how a misogynistic killer became an incel hero. That is going to be interesting. And we'll read through that one in a second. And then I'm going to share this one right here. Now, this is, and thank you, Kelly, for dropping these links for me. This is the FOIA thumbnails for when it comes to all the files. So I'm sure that one right there will come in handy if you're looking for any of this information. Now, I'm going to go to this article here real quick. We'll get rid of the other ones. All right, this one says, Elliot Rodger, how misogynistic killer became incel hero. Minutes before Alex Manessian allegedly launched Monday's deadly attack in Toronto, he posted to Facebook, the incel rebellion has already begun. We will overthrow all the Chads and Stacys. All hail the supreme gentleman, Elliot Rodger. Wow. Wishing to speak to Sergeant 4chan, please. The incel rebellion has already begun. Elliot Rodger unalived 6 people in stabbing and shooting spree in Isla Vista, California in May 2014 before he turned it on himself. The 22-year-old posted a retribution video. It says, an online community known as the involuntary celibate, or incels, who blame women for their sexual failings, fastened upon the document. What did Rodger believe? Son of Hollywood filmmaker grew up in a life of privilege and relative affluence. The 141-page document he distributed in his final hours explores that upbringing, his mental health, and his deep-rooted loathing of women, fueled by an intense frustration over his virginity. On the video he posted on YouTube, Rodger sat in a BMW car his family had given him and complained about being a virgin at 22, saying he had never even kissed a girl. In the document, he described himself as the ideal, magnificent gentleman and could not comprehend why women would not want to have intercourse with him. He planned his murderous rampage as a day of retribution and said he had no choice but to exact revenge in the society that had denied him sex and love. Rodger specified that he had planned to target the Alpha Phi sorority, whose members had deemed the hottest out of college, the kind of girls I've always desired but was never able to have. And then it goes through the victims. How is he idolized by his fans? He has been virtually canonized by some fringe communities online. A mock film trailer for The Supreme Gentleman in his honor, cut from his clips, was still available on Wednesday on YouTube after almost 4 years of its original upload. Really? There's trailers of this guy about the Supreme Gentleman superhero origins. Wow. They're really sucked into it. In a statement, the website said the videos threatening violence contravene their guidelines. We encourage anyone who sees the material they think crosses the line to flag it, but a lot of videos about the rampage and his old YouTube channel still remain online. Wow. T-shirts and selfies they even make. Look at that. Isn't that crazy?
That's insane.
They really do worship this guy. This is nuts.
Yeah.
Were you able to see anything in chat rooms or anything of stuff that you might have come across?
No, not
No.
particularly. I was just I was trying to figure out what the presence is of the incel community online, and it does seem to me that they're primarily, they communicate online, they exchange ideas and videos and stuff like that. There seems to be quite a lot of chat rooms. I am actually working on getting some specific ones, but not yet.
Right. Well, and there's so much stuff, and let me see, we got about 1 hour to go, so there's probably going to be a part 2, I'm just saying, because we do have a lot more other stuff to get into. So maybe next week, same day, same time, maybe we can do a part 2, if not earlier. I'm going to switch. There is a couple things we'll get into on the next episode. This is the Malmo University from Irina Zederquist. She is a professor for criminology at this university. We'll get into that on the next one, and then we're going to get into the investigative summary on the next one as well, where we'll actually read the timeline and everything that the investigation put together for that. That's a 68-page one. That's going to be a very interesting read for sure, to find out exactly how it went down and everything behind it. This is right here. And if there's anything you want to cover, let me know, Rosee, before we get into this. This is the video from the dad with Barbara Walters. And so I think this is going to be interesting to hear what he has to say regarding all of this, because I don't know. It seems like there just had to be so many signs, and maybe it was just one of those things that they just kind of they couldn't do much with, maybe
Just didn't take it seriously, I guess.
Yeah.
But I mean, that is kind of where the case with Jennifer Crumbly is interesting as well. I feel like that kind of links to this. Maybe there is a movement towards a change. It's just, I guess, I'm not sure if they knew or understood what to do, or, I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't care. Maybe they did, but.
Well, and I'm sure there's plenty of people in a position too where they're trying to, we've had other guests on the show where they're trying to reach out for these organizations to help them. Because they even know something, but because the agencies aren't doing what they should or could. That's another, dynamic too. This this is an interesting picture here. It says before sexual revolution was equal, after sexual revolution, all girls jumped to 3 guys out of 10. And then after the Elliot Rodger revolution, all female species don't exist, I guess, because it's a cross in the grass. Then I don't know. I don't understand.
I mean, I'm to be honest, I do not understand that.
Wouldn't you like, if you're like mad because all of them are going to 3 out of 10, then wouldn't you then instead take out the 3 out of 10 and not the other way?
I mean, that would be logical.
Oh, wow.
Anyway.
And here's the map. So here's the link to this. This actually has 45 plus pictures that you can go through and save. Wow. Let me look at, you can, let me see. It shows everything. So you can go ahead and collect all the pictures. That's the whole like map of where everything was going on. That's crazy. Even mapped it all out based off a city map. Yeah, so definitely save that. All right, this is the interview with Barbara Walters and Elliot Rodger's dad. This is going to be interesting. Here's the link to this if you want to save it.
My son was a mass murderer.
People may say, you're responsible. You're the father. Why didn't you do more?
Tonight on 2020, the secret life of Elliot Rodger, the 22-year-old who went on a killing spree in Santa Barbara last month.
The work of a madman.
13 wounded, 7 dead, including himself. Barbara Walters' exclusive one-on-one interview with his father, reliving that night.
I'll tell you the story, Barbara.
Chilling details you've never heard until now about a loner obsessed with finding a girlfriend.
I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. You girls don't see it.
Then obsessed with turning on the world when he couldn't.
Did you take him to Las Vegas hoping that he would lose his virginity?
All new revelations from his Day of Retribution video.
I will have my revenge against all of you.
And the manifesto he called My Twisted World.
You were the only one he didn't talk about wanting to kill.
And you'll hear from a survivor who looked him in the eye and lived to tell.
I've never actually looked in the face of the devil.
As well as the families of the victims. What do they want to say to him? Tonight, the secret life of Elliot Rodger.
How do you mourn a child whom others vilify?
Here now, David Muir and Elizabeth Vargas.
Tonight, a 2020 exclusive about something that was happening exactly 5 weeks ago at this very hour. An 8-minute drive-by massacre that was actually years in the making.
And Elizabeth, right here tonight, as you know, the father of that young killer speaking out only to Barbara Walters. As you know, Barbara retired from hosting The View, but said she'd return on special assignment for us. And tonight, she's back.
Well, I thank you, David and Elizabeth, because tonight this is special. It's a milestone. The very first time that a parent of a mass murderer has ever spoken on television. Peter Rodger tells us he is doing this to show other parents the warning signs that he missed and what changes we desperately need in the mental health care system so that no one has to go through the night that changed his life and so many others forever. On a quiet Memorial Day weekend, Peter Rodger and his wife were hurtling down the highway from Los Angeles to Santa Barbara. It was a 100-mile journey of terror.
I have to save my son. I have to get to Santa Barbara now.
Peter Rodger had just seen a disturbing video that his son Elliot had posted on YouTube.
I hate all of you. I can't wait to give you exactly what you deserve. Utter annihilation.
What went through your mind?
I can only describe like a really dark force of horrible energy that hit me.
What were your fears for him?
I felt for his life. I didn't know what he was doing. And then suddenly he's saying he's going to do other things to other people. I was confused. I just wanted to go and find him and talk to him. I mean, we were driving up there not knowing what to do, trying to get information.
Peter Rodger was on a mission to prevent the reports.
Breaking news.
The death toll could be climbing.
Did you know that this was your son, the shooter?
No. God, good Lord, no. We were just driving up there in absolute fear for him and confusion.
Witnesses say a BMW with 2 people inside had people open fire and also run over people.
I was hearing, reports of a black BMW, and I was going, oh, no, no, no. And we were on the phone at the same time to the police, and they were saying, we don't have any information for you, no information.
The driver of that BMW was his 22-year-old son, Elliot.
Santa Barbara County Sheriff Bill Brown is calling the mass shooting the work of a madman, but say at this time, the threat appears to be over and the suspect is dead.
7 people died that night, including the shooter, Elliot Rodger. 13 others were hospitalized. For Peter Rodger, those memories are a waking nightmare. How are you?
Every night I go to sleep. I wake up and I think of those young men and young women that have died and that were injured and were terrorized. And my son did that.
When you wake up in the morning, what do you think?
It's like a reverse nightmare situation. When you go to sleep normally, you have a nightmare and you wake up and, oh, everything's okay. Yeah. Now I go to sleep. I might have a nice dream. And then I wake up and then slowly the truth of what happened dawns on me. And, that is that my son was a mass murderer. And then I think about the victims and I think about what he did. And I'm trying to process it.
But who was the young man behind the rampage, and why did he do it?
Hi, Elliot Rodger here.
Were there clues in the disturbing jigsaw of videos he left behind? And what were his 137-page so-called manifesto reveal about the private agony of a psychotic mind? Its title, My Twisted World.
This is the story of how I, Elliot Rodger, came to be. It is a story of a war against cruel injustice. This tragedy did not have to happen, but humanity forced my hand.
Elliot Rodger was born in London and was brought to America at the age of 5. His Malaysian-born mother, Lee Chin, was a unit nurse in the movie Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. His father directed television commercials and worked on the hit film Hunger Games. In the beginning, Elliot had a seemingly normal childhood.
He was adorable. He would laugh so much that sometimes we were worried he would choke. But it was really wondrous, those first 4-5 years of his life. It was wondrous.
You loved Elliot.
I loved Elliot.
Elliot loved you.
Yeah.
But at the age of 7, Elliot's parents got divorced. 1 year later, his father had remarried, this time to Moroccan-born Samaya Akabon, an actress who appeared in the Hollywood blockbuster Green Zone. It was during those years that 7-year-old Elliot began his long treatment in therapy. Why did you think he needed it?
When we realized he had social issues, we brought therapists in to try and help him integrate into society.
Did he have trouble with other children, with making friends? He did.
He had very few friends in elementary school because he was a very, 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 very shy boy. And we just felt that that was his issue.
On the surface, Elliot seemed destined for a life of success and privilege. Peter Rodger's work gave his son access to Hollywood's elite. From an early age, it was a world he longed to join.
My little 9-year-old self realized that there were hierarchies, that some people were better than others, jealousy and envy. Those are two feelings that would dominate my entire life and bring me immense pain.
By any standard, the Rodger family was living the good life. But those tantalizing glimpses into Hollywood's inner circle would always leave Elliot resentful and wanting more. Did he blame you for the fact that he wasn't a rich kid?
He just had illusions of grandeur. Even if he couldn't make it himself, he wanted to feel in a position where we would somehow provide it for him.
The relationship that Elliot shared with his father had always been complicated. Peter Elliot was the Mount Everest his son could never reach. You are a very good-looking man. Did he realize that? Did that please him? Was he...
He was jealous of me, the way that I looked.
The shy young boy harbored fear and self-doubt. His parents moved him from school to school, hoping but never succeeding to help Elliot fit in. There was some question about whether Elliot was autistic.
He was never formally diagnosed, and there was a suggestion that he might have been high-functioning Asperger's. And, you know, these were because of traits. For instance, there was a certain OCD about him. There was a certain, you know, like he'd always put his plate in the same place. He'd like to wear the same clothes every day. Elliot really was a very high-functioning human being.
Okay, I gotta pause it real quick. Did he say he ate from the same plates every day?
I'm not sure. I think he was repetitive. So maybe, I'm not sure if it was maybe like the same kind of plate, or I know that some people with those obsessive traits, they kind of like they'll want their food on a specific part of the plate, or they want the plate to look the same way. But I'm pretty sure it wasn't the same plate. Maybe I don't know. I'm not sure.
That's crazy. Yeah, mom was in Indiana Jones. The dad was part of the Hunger Games. Like,
I think he met the cast of Star Wars when he was little.
Are you
Something.
serious?
I read that somewhere.
So he was around a lot of influential people.
Harbored fear and self-doubt. His parents moved him from school to school, hoping but never succeeding to help Elliot fit in. There was some question about whether Elliot was autistic.
He was never formally diagnosed, and there was a suggestion that he might have been high-functioning Asperger's. And, you know, these were because of traits. For instance, there was a certain OCD about him. There was a certain, you know, like he'd always put his plate in the same place. He'd like to wear the same clothes every day. Elliot really was a very high-functioning human being. If he was sitting here right now, you would think what a polite boy he was, but yet he had this thing going on inside of him.
What his parents didn't know was that Elliot, even at the age of 10, was hiding a secret that would someday transform a shy young child into a cold-blooded killer.
This is the horror story. This is the American horror story, or the world's horror story, is when you have somebody who on the outside is one thing, and on the inside is something completely different, and you don't see it.
Next, did his parents not see the warning signs hiding in plain sight?
There's a certain pattern.
And you missed it.
So he knew, I'm going to go ahead and pause it just because there's a commercial there. So he knew that early on, his son had social issues. They moved from school to school. Nothing was working.
There's actually some of their emails, their email exchange online. I guess his dad wasn't taking it very seriously. His stepmother was much more concerned about him. But I mean, it wasn't. I don't imagine it could have been, you know, out of nowhere, so to speak. I mean, I can't know how his parents feel, but.
So I'm wondering. So the stepmother you said was more involved. The dad didn't take it seriously. It makes me wonder if he downplayed what he was doing to his dad, like he did the cops and all the other situations, to make his dad think that maybe the stepmom just had an issue with the stepson, and he was caught in between.
Yeah. So it seems that after his parents' divorce, his father got re-involved with somebody very quickly. And I think that Elliot Rodger's mother was kind of, there's a term for it. I think it's like a type of parental isolation where she was bad-mouthing the stepmother to him. And then whenever the stepmother would try and parent him or step-parent him, if that's even a word, then she would say to Elliot, she's not your real mother, you don't have to listen. And then he would go back and you know, sort of regurgitate that out to the stepmother. And whenever the stepmother wanted to like put limits on him, like playing too much video games or not knocking when entering a room, stuff, normal stuff, then his mother would let that be an opportunity to sort of triangulate the relationship. So she was meddling. And it seems that the stepmother had some genuine concerns that he wasn't being social. She tried to limit the amount of time he'd spend on his laptop, stuff like that, and it just made him hate her. And his mother would like feel that. So I think that his stepmother was concerned.
I wonder if it's hereditary because it's kind of the moms. I've dealt with that in the past personally when it came to my daughter's mom. So it makes me wonder, you know, is the mom displaying some of those actions too? And maybe that's what also fed into her son's actions. And because if you're not even knocking on doors and you're just walking in, it means that you don't have, there's a lack of accountability when you're entitled and you're not being reprimanded. It seems like a lack of accountability.
Yeah, so this took place in the emails between Elliot and his dad about this incident of him not knocking. I don't even think he lived there at that stage, and he kind of just walked in, and his stepmother got upset.
Yeah.
So I don't look, the hereditary thing is like the whole nature nurture debate. I think maybe if you have these predisposed traits for some kind of an issue, it's still up to a parent to kind of raise you right and see whether those traits are going to wake up or not, so to speak. And I gather his mother wasn't helping.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting.
A lot in his emails. So.
He did what? I'm sorry. He did what?
Elliot's father called Elliot's mother manipulative in his emails, like back and forth communication. He said that she was manipulative. He said that she was targeting his new wife, stuff like that. So maybe there's a hereditary component. It's hard to know.
Yeah, it's I mean, I dealt with that myself. You know, it even got to the point where it had gotten so bad that all communications had to be through email. It got that bad. Like there was no other communications allowed beyond email because it was the mental games, and it could easily be jealousy from the mom. You know, I'm just, the mental games that can do with children is not, it's not fair. It's not fair to the kids.
They're fragile already. It's just called help.
It's not fair.
And that happens in divorces. It really does. It's not uncommon.
Yeah, we'll see. This part's going to be where I'm surprised the mom's not talking. If there is an interview with the mom, send it to me, please. I didn't see one. So we're going to hear the dad talk about if he knew or not. And I think we'll all be able to, you know, because it's a two-way. Like you have, it could be this too. Like there's a lot of parents out there. Typically is one of them where they were literally doing everything that they could, way beyond everything that they could, and nobody was taking them seriously. And maybe because it was that kind of similar situation where nobody was taking the mom or anybody else was taking it seriously as well. And so maybe that's why maybe if a parent isn't involved and they're relying on professionals to tell them you know, I can imagine it's a pretty busy lifestyle if you're in the film industry. And maybe he's relying on professionals to tell him, and so therefore, I don't know. It's going to be interesting to hear what the dad has to say regarding it. When it comes to this, I'm surprised though the mom hasn't said nothing.
When 2020 returns, 2020 continues. Once again, Barbara Walters.
When the story about Elliot's shooting spree first broke, the videos and so-called manifesto he left behind provide a rare glimpse into a mind broken by mental illness.
Oh, check it out. There's me.
At first glance, Elliot Rodger seemed like any other college-age kid.
Look at how fabulous I look.
Bragging about designer clothes.
Worth $300. Giorgio Armani.
Posing for selfies scored to retro pop. But the path Elliot was walking took him to the dark side of his mind.
My problem is girls. I desire girls. The girls are not sexually attracted to me. It's not fair. It's not fair.
But why did those closest to him fail to see any warning signs when it seemed clear that Elliot was mentally disturbed? People have called your son evil. How would you describe Elliot?
Elliot was far from evil. Something happened to him. And then I think he became very mentally ill. What I don't get is we didn't see this coming at all. None of us.
But there were clues hidden in those early years that Peter Rodger now admits he missed. The lonely young boy had grown into an introverted teenager. By the age of 13, he had walled himself into a cyber world. His constant companions, the characters in the video game World of Warcraft. In high school, Elliot was a loner, bullied by his peers. They threw food at him during lunch and shoved him into lockers.
I was an innocent, scared little boy trapped in a jungle full of malicious predators, and I was shown no mercy.
He was afraid of boys and girls.
He felt he had an inability to get along with them. And this is when we realized that he had a real fear of other human beings, of other kids his age.
Elliot fled from 2 high schools before finding refuge at a tiny 100-student school called Independence High, a school with a mission to help troubled children, like the boy they called our Elliot.
There was never a time in working with him or knowing him that I ever felt like his inability to interact socially would ever have led me to believe that this kind of rage was building inside of him. Never.
But the isolation hit a firestorm of frustration and anger. Its target during those teen years was sex.
Finding out about sex is one of the things that truly destroyed my entire life.
Thank you, Rocker.
The very word fills me with hate. I would always covet it. I would always fantasize about it, but I would never get it.
Elliot had always been fascinated and repelled by sex. His first glimpse of pornography horrified him.
I couldn't imagine human beings doing such things with each other. The sight was shocking and arousing. I was quite shaken for a few days.
Did you talk to Elliot about sex?
Yeah.
What did you say?
How it's so important to present yourself as a human being from the heart outwards and not to be weird. I say weird because it is weird when you think girls are going to throw themselves at you.
As a teenager, he described his interest in girls, but he said, I'm quoting again, "There is no way I could ever get them. And so my starvation began." Did he talk about this?
He was always obsessive about this one issue.
Obsessive about which is
about not getting
finding
a girlfriend. But here's the thing, according to this journal and according to his acts, he was already planning heinous things in response to this emotional thing in his head that none of us could really see.
Elliot was tormented by the sight of pretty girls and public affection. Even his favored haven at the Griffith Park Observatory became a reminder of failure.
I don't understand you girls. It's like your sexual attraction is flawed. It's perverted. You're attracted to the wrong kind of guy. You should be attracted to guys like me. Beautiful, magnificent guys.
I saw sex as an evil and barbaric act, all because I was unable to have it. This was the major turning point. If I can't have it, I will destroy it.
If Elliot had had the sex that he says he wanted so much, would things have been different?
I don't think so, because I think he had a condition. He had a very seriously advanced mental condition, and I think that whatever would have happened, even if he got a girlfriend, wouldn't have been able to have made him into the happy human being we wanted him to be.
Did you take him to Las Vegas hoping that he would lose his virginity?
No, I suggested to him that perhaps, if his blocking point was having sex, then perhaps, in Las Vegas, there might be an opportunity where it's legal for him to.
You told him to go get a prostitute?
I think that's what he's saying, yes.
What the hell, man? That's your son.
I think that's what he's saying. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, he's saying go to Vegas where it's legal.
Is that what that means? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, in Vegas it's legal. Dude. You're telling your kid, I mean, that's something you'd say to your friend or something, you don't say that to your child.
Yeah. I don't know if it's him like being in denial, or he didn't know what to do, or he didn't care, or he thought that would help. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what I think of this father. What do you think, Laura?
Man, I don't know. You don't
yeah.
You don't tell your kid that. I mean, as much as to me, like that, I don't know. That's like a joke you say to your friends. You don't even mean it that way. I mean, to say that to your own child as a way to try and help it. I was going to ask this before I paused it. I was going to ask to say that he didn't reach out to his dad ever one time about the frustrations with not being able to connect with the other gender would be bullshit, in my opinion, because I would feel he would have been reaching out to his dad quite often.
Well, his dad just said that he was obsessed with that problem. So, as far as I know, he spoke to more than just his dad about it. I think one of the main reasons he lost the few friends he had was because he couldn't stop talking about being a virgin. Like, into his early 20s, they just had enough listening.
Yeah.
So, and I think his dad was included in that. So, if his dad made that comment, then, he had to have spoken to his dad about it. No, dad's not going to just be like, one morning, like, go to Vegas. So.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, son, let's go promote, let's go promote human trafficking, because probably 9 times out of 10, the female that you're going to be associated with was probably forced into that profession. Let's promote that, Dad. I mean, that right there, I don't know. I got to question your parental abilities when it comes to just, I don't know. Even if you're like pushed,
I think that from what we've seen today, we're kind of getting the impression that his dad was emotionally absent or neglectful with him.
That's what it seems like. Because if you're in, I don't know. I just, it doesn't make. I mean, I get it, but man, even if, I mean, I'm sorry. Like there's parent conversations, and the last thing that I ever thought of was to go tell my daughter, like, yeah, just go do this, in front of it. But you know what I mean? Like, you just, no, like, I don't know. You would have like real conversations about it. Not, I couldn't imagine. I just couldn't imagine. I wouldn't, or even if I saw, I'm sorry, even if I saw another parent say that shit, you know.
I think that he might have taken the whole thing too lightly, and there probably were signs, but perhaps this was him making a joke out of it, or I don't know if he's trying to defend this now.
Yeah, but he didn't tell Barbara that. Barbara like is straight up asking him, and he's like, "Well, you know, I said as a joke. You know, I got tired of hearing him saying it, so I said it as a joke." No, he was like, look at his face. He's like straight up dead serious. Like,
and from what we know about Elliot, he wouldn't have taken that joke well. He would have flipped out. So I don't think it was a joke. I think that was
because I mean, did he go to Vegas? We'll see. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't make
This
sense.
was the major turning point. If I can't have it, I will destroy it.
If Elliot had had the sex that he says he wanted so much, would things have been different?
I don't think so, because I think he had a condition. He had a very seriously advanced mental condition, and I think that whatever would have happened, even if he got a girlfriend, wouldn't have been able to have made him into the happy human being we wanted him to be.
Did you take him to Las Vegas hoping that he would lose his virginity?
No, I suggested to him that perhaps, you know, if his blocking point was having sex, then perhaps, you know, in Las Vegas, there might be an opportunity where it's legal for him to have sex.
But he didn't want to go?
He didn't want to go because he wanted to be loved for his heart. Retrospectively, I think it wouldn't have helped at all.
It wouldn't have?
No, because retrospectively, I realized how sick he was.
But you know, you can have these same things and not have another Elliot. You can have kids who are frustrated and don't have girlfriends or boyfriends or, you know.
No, but when you put the combination together, there's a certain pattern. And I think it's important to talk about those patterns.
And you missed it.
Yeah, too right, I missed it. I wish I could turn the clock back for the victims, for our family.
I think anybody would.
All the scars out there.
By the time Elliot reached his 18th birthday, the shy young boy had vanished, leaving only resentment and anger. Too terrified to approach young women, it was easier to hate them.
That's a problem that I intend to rectify. I, in all my magnificence and power, I will not let this fly. It's an injustice that needs to be dealt with.
Wow.
Next, planting the seeds of a master plot for his day of retribution.
I mean, look at me. I'm gorgeous. If you girls don't see it.
And maybe the biggest miss of all that led to the massacre when 2020 returns. We return to the secret life of Elliot Rodger. Once more, Barbara Walters.
For Elliot Rodger, Santa Barbara was the picture-perfect version of his ideal life.
There were hot blonde girls walking around everywhere. If I can't get laid there, then there is no hope for me at all.
At 19, Elliot was stuck in a cycle of isolation and depression. His parents thought college life would give him a fresh start. You thought that he would have the coping skills to live alone.
I thought that by putting him out there and giving him independence and integrating him into a normal society would very quickly help develop skills that I thought was lacking in him.
Did you inform anyone, either at the college or the parents of his roommates, that he had mental problems?
I didn't see any reason to, because as far as I was concerned, he wasn't a threat to himself or anybody else.
But left to his own devices, Elliot Rodger's behavior would soon escalate from strange to savage. Simon Astaire is a longtime friend of Peter's.
I got a sense of a boy who was unable to communicate.
So there were signs, you thought, of maladjustment?
He was unable to engage. and it was difficult to engage. And I saw lots of people trying to engage with him.
I don't understand why you're so repulsed by me.
Soon the old resentments would return. Enraged by the sight of young lovers, he acted out for the first time, throwing coffee on one kissing couple at Starbucks.
I had never struck back at my enemies before, and I felt a small sense of spiteful gratification for doing so.
Feeding on that fulfillment, his thoughts began to take a more diabolical and dangerous turn. The day of retribution had been born.
It was only when I first moved to Santa Barbara that I started considering the possibility of having to carry out a violent act of revenge as the final solution to dealing with all the injustices I've had to face at the hands of women and society.
His anger, now targeted at women, drew him to misogynistic websites, online forums where he once wrote, "Start envisioning a world where women fear you." He sent you links to these websites.
I was disgusted and I called him up and I said, Elliot, why are you going on these websites? This is negative. This is evil.
You sent him
shouldn't
links.
Go on that.
But that didn't work.
It didn't work.
He sent you links and you went and checked out these websites and you saw the stuff they were typing and then it didn't go ding, 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 because everything he's saying is retrospective. He's like, yeah, retrospectively, I wish I could. But damn, man, when this was happening.
Yeah, it seems like he thought he could talk a lot away, especially if you read their emails. Like, he was way out of his depth with trying to handle this child of his.
Really?
I mean, I get the impression that he's sorry, but for the most part, he just tried to explain to Elliot what was wrong and what was right, and Elliot obviously wasn't interested. So, yeah.
I mean, yeah. And if as a parent, this doesn't even have. This is management. If as a manager you don't know how to adapt or what you need to do, like if something's not getting through, it's up to you to figure out a different way to get it through. Just like a parent, if you're talking to your well, son, you shouldn't, and nothing changes, change how you fucking approach it, Mr. Dad. Like, this is crazy. You read the freaking incel chat groups?
I think this is important when we're looking again at Jennifer Crumbly. I mean, that was kind of part of what linked to this. I think it's an interesting, phenomenon. It's like a new movement towards trying to understand what was missed with these kinds of situations. This is blatant. I mean, he opened links.
This is, I mean, gosh, I can imagine what the chat groups were saying, and to say that you didn't think that he was even a danger to himself if you're reading the chats in those chat groups. I mean, come on. You're talking about getting rid of the other gender and,
I think that for the most part, a lot of what you see in these online groups is a lot of frustration and venting. So the actual chances of something happening are, like, statistically relatively low. But is that a risk you actually want to take once you've read this? I'm not sure. But if you think about the amount of people that are in that chat room, it's probably a low chance of something happening. But things do happen, and you kind of have to wonder, is it going to be my child that's going to be the one to do the happening? So I think that he dropped the ball there badly. Even just ethically, like, why is my child thinking this? Never mind what is he going to do, but like, why does he think this way?
I don't know. And then, like Kelly said earlier, not too many people probably even, and what you said earlier, Rosee, is like, it's the beginning of the information, maybe not too many people knew or understood the whole involuntary celibate term, and
I'd never
don't
heard of
know.
it either. Well, I mean, I don't think it's as common here, but I mean, I had no idea what that was. I was just trying to figure out why people were saying that about Brian Koberger, you know.
Mhm.
And he's not this. I mean, I'm going to go out on a limb and say just from body cam footage, he's not this.
Yeah, because you would, I don't know, with the kind of hatred that we've seen from this gentleman, especially if it was a authority that is a female, not just a female, but a female in authority. You would think, you know, I wonder if there's any kind of body cam footage with the way that he react. I would like to see how Elliot reacted to Ellie.
Yeah, because I mean,
You
all the
know?
footage we have of him, he's essentially trying to act for his
Right.
subscribers or followers or whatever.
Yeah.
So we actually don't know what is it natural. Like they mentioned in one of them that they thought the laugh was put on. So that is essentially a performance.
Yeah, until they harm others, you're out of solutions. Until they harm others, what do you do? Right. But this guy sounds like he's in denial until it was too late.
Can't
Is
be
he?
easy for him, but yeah.
I'm sure not. I mean, you know, to find out that your son was able to commit these kind of acts. But I hear a lot of retrospective conversation, and I'm sorry, I don't know, that whole comment about going to Vegas, that just, I don't know, that
It is off-putting.
that,
Yeah,
that, bu-
it
that
tells
it bugs me as a father. It really does, because I don't know how you could, I don't know. As a father, I don't know how I could ever say that, ever. Even if I was like serious or even said it in the back of my head, I still don't understand as a father how you say that to your child as a way to handle what you're doing. Because then I would just, I don't know. I care too much, maybe.
But you know, it doesn't actually show respect for females from him in a way either, because that's not necessarily something that you would say to somebody, your child, at all, or even that young. And maybe there is a little bit of an underlying attitude from the father, because that is not. It's disrespectful to yourself. It's not respectful to women either. I'm just gonna say
No, it's
not
not.
a respectful thing to say at all.
No. And then I don't know, a lot of retrospective. It just, I don't know. I need to finish the interview. I mean, I see that he reached out to all these other people, but what I don't know. I just feel like, yeah, when you find out that your son did this, now you care. You
You know, I
know,
think maybe what the issue is with him is that he thinks he can hand the problem to everyone else. So therapists, people in Vegas, you know, the other parent, the mother. So maybe he's acknowledging that there's a problem, but it's kind of in a sense not his problem in a way, like just shove it off. Maybe, I don't know. But there could be some of that as well, that when he was seeing these things, he wanted to just kind of have somebody else deal with it. And that's why he brought in the therapists and all of the stuff that he did. So not necessarily that he was neglectful completely, but he wasn't involved. He was uninvolved in trying to fix this.
yeah, I'm just gonna, because I don't know, there's some things that bother me
Yeah.
as a parent. Like, I'm just like, I don't know. That's just me, though. It's just
And
me.
I had no idea that he had such an inbred hatred, this misogyny.
But despite his deepening hatred of women, Elliot told his father that he was obsessed about losing his virginity.
I would say to him, there is no shame at all in not losing your virginity at a later age. Some people never do. Some people go into the church and choose chastity.
He would say, I can't get a girlfriend?
He would say, they're never going to like me because I'm not 6'2", a jock, sporty guy. He did say to me once, I wish I wasn't half Asian. I never realized that he was so racist.
Thinking, why aren't I white?
Correct.
Elliot's life had become a volatile mixture of desire and denial. And last summer, yet another sign of violence. Frustrated after being ignored by girls at a party, he tried to shove them off a 10-foot ledge.
He got into an altercation verbally with a couple of girls, and then he was picked on, and then he was thrown off the balcony.
But it turns out that he was trying to push girls off the ledge.
In 2020 hindsight, I can imagine that might have been the case, and that upsets me to the core of my heart. He was such a good liar. He was such an incredible liar.
Perhaps Elliot was even lying to himself, repeatedly refusing the advice of therapists, at least one of whom had recommended medication.
But Elliot would say, I'm not sick, I'm not going to take that. And because he was of an adult age, he refused to not only take that medication, but refused to go back to see that particular doctor.
Would the medication have made a difference?
According to his doctor, it would have made a hell of a lot of difference.
There are people who say that a father with a mentally unstable son should not have allowed Elliot to live on his own.
I didn't know I had a mentally unstable son. I had no idea. He had a secret life that he became incredibly brilliant at hiding.
Hey, Elliot Rodger here.
But that secret life was spinning out of control.
Brilliant at hiding. He sent you the fucking links, Dad. What
I
do
was
you
just
mean?
gonna say that.
Brilliant at hiding. He gave you the fucking links.
Yeah.
Bro, I don't know, man. I'm oh boy. Man, I don't know. Think about it like this, people. What if there was a mom out? What if we were watching this and it was a mom telling her daughter, sorry, daughter, that no guy wants to do this to you. Why don't you just go to Vegas and hires, a prostitute? For real? That's going to be okay? No. This is, wow, man. Brilliant at hiding, dude.
There's me, all my fabulousness.
With no official diagnosis of mental illness, he
No.
bought not one, but 3 handguns. Elliot had launched his plan for retribution.
Did his dad know about the
As I
guns,
fired
too?
my first few rounds, I felt so sick to my stomach. There I was, practicing shooting with real guns because I had a plan to carry out a massacre. Why did things have to be this way?
It's my place of refuge.
Then a pivotal moment when Elliot's plot might have been completely foiled. His mother finding one of those bizarre videos on YouTube.
My life is so lonely and mundane.
She wanted to have a mental assessment of him. It just turns out that there is no way that you can actually do that unless he voluntarily does it or unless he commits a crime.
Did Elliot volunteer? Would he have done it?
No.
He didn't.
Of course not.
She alerted the police. Yes, and what happened?
6 officers arrived at Elliot's apartment and knocked on the door. And Elliot was a very, very polite, kind, well-spoken, well-dressed individual. And he managed to say, we've got nothing to worry about.
If they had demanded to search my room, that would have ended everything. For a few horrible seconds, I thought it was all over.
But the police neither watched the YouTube videos nor ran a background check for purchasing guns.
And this is where the system, I think, failed. If somebody's going to do a welfare check, surely they should do a gun check on the way. Because how's somebody going to do something to themselves if they feel they're a danger? It takes 90 seconds to do a gun check.
Dude, there's other ways to do it, bro. I'm sorry. I don't know.
I think that's another kind of another example of him doing the same thing where it's just, like, why didn't somebody else fix it. And maybe that's where Elliot got it from. Like, it's just never his fault.
It makes me wonder if his dad knew about the guns. I hope Barbara asks him that. I would like to know if his dad knew about the gun. I'm sorry. Brilliant at hiding? No. The dude gave up. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't
Look,
I don't know about this dude.
I think, I don't know, I'm kind of interested in the situation where the police went to do a welfare check, and then when they got there, he seemed fine. Because, I mean, I know that's happened before. I know of a case here in South Africa, especially. So I suppose that is possible, but then again, it's not necessarily the police's job to know him.
I'm speaking from experience here. All right. I got full custody of my daughter, okay, at 11 because of the shit that was going on in the household of her mother. The first 6 months, because of all the manipulation that the mother had done, the first 6 months I had to deal and go through shit where I was being told I was hated. I was being told, we would go to the store. How long are we going to be in the store, Dad? About 15, 20 minutes. Why? Because I'm tired of looking at your face. Different, all of these things were being said. I had to go through it because I understood I have to just continue to show her that the shit that her mom manipulated her about isn't what the fuck reality is. And I had to just take my time and be patient and show her, no, this is stuff that, manipulations. And then over time, she realized it was 6 months it was hard hearing your own child say that shit to you because of what the mom's manipulating. I also discovered chat groups that she was in. You know what I'm saying? She didn't send me the links. I discovered them. Okay? And I'm telling, this is why I'm getting upset, because I'm sitting here as a parent. I actually fought for freaking full custody. It took me 3 years. I had to represent myself. I had to learn how to do all the court stuff on my own, filing, all sorts of stuff. So for me as a parent to go through and have not the incel stuff, but similar situations where it comes manipulation from the other parent, the quiet, shy, the isolate, the chat groups, all of these different things. I'm putting myself in there and I'm sitting there going, why aren't you stepping the fuck up, Dad? Because I'm sorry. Where I'm coming from, if I didn't even get a freaking link to any of them. I discovered them and there's no way in fuck I didn't go back. There's no way in fuck I didn't keep checking up. And there's no way in hell I didn't continue to have conversations with my child about what the hell was going on.
But I mean, that is clearly the difference, because he's not seeing this as his responsibility, right? He's just seeing it as, well, I really didn't know, which, is inadequate. What you're describing is like a normal parent's response, a good parent's response, right? So I do think that there's something that Elliot got from his father or didn't get from his father that was very neglectful, because to send links, not get the proper reaction, that also in a way told Elliot that he wasn't actually worth parenting, because
I came from a position where I don't even remember seeing my dad's face.
I've never met mine. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I met him once. I don't remember his fucking face even. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
That's what I got from my dad. You know what I'm saying? Bunch of bullshit. you live in the same town, but I ain't worth fucking even saying happy birthday to. You know?
Yeah.
So when it comes to, what I was doing, I didn't learn that shit from nobody. I didn't take the shit that he showed me and fucking, you know what I'm saying? Like, no, you gotta invest. These are your, like, I don't know. Maybe I'm
It's
just
about character.
out of frustration or something, but I'm just sitting here going, dude, I've been in these different positions. Why didn't you do more? I don't know. Maybe it's just me. I don't know.
And it is something that only family can do. I mean, if the police go there and he's acting normal, what are they exactly going to do?
You don't think my daughter acted normal to the counselors? Because as soon as I got custody of her, she was in counseling 3 days a week, 3 different days a week, every week for the first year. And then each additional year, we took a day off because it was, you don't think she wasn't playing, like, and I mean this to the community, like, you don't think she wasn't talking normal to these people? Hell yeah, she was.
Yeah, no, it's about, I mean, only a parent can know, especially at that age. So
it's crazy. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
I don't get. We'll see. We'll see more of the dad here. 15 minutes. Why is the mom haven't done an interview? That's what I'd like to know too.
For a few horrible seconds, I thought it was all over.
But the police neither watched the YouTube videos nor ran a background check for purchasing guns.
And this is where the system, I think, failed. If somebody's going to do a welfare check, surely they should do a gun check on the way. Because how's somebody going to do something to themselves if they don't?
Spike TV wouldn't have made a show a million ways to, you know what I mean? If there wasn't other ways, dude. I'm sorry.
They feel they're a danger. It takes 90 seconds to do a gun check. And his whole scheme would have been over and thwarted. I'd like to make something very, very clear that, Barbara, I'm really not pointing any fingers whatsoever at the Santa Barbara Police Department.
That was the turning point between life and death, a missed moment that began the countdown to Elliot's day of retribution.
Well, this is my last video. It all has to come to this. The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you.
Next, 3 years of planning, finally becoming 8 minutes of madness.
3 years?
Witnesses, survivors,
He shot, and I just felt the wind like pass right by my face.
and the surprise murders he didn't go through with. When we return.
May 23rd, 2014. The sun was setting on a quiet spring night, the campus half empty over the Memorial Day weekend. But the lives of those who were there would never be the same.
Hours before, we were having a great time. It was a nice day outside. It was sunny,
After 3 years of meticulous planning, Elliot Rodger's deranged mind brought him to what he called the day of retribution.
The day in which I will have my revenge against humanity, against all of you.
His parents were having dinner in Los Angeles with friends. They had plans to see Elliot the next day.
He was due to come on Saturday for lunch, the day after the 24th.
Do you think he already knew what he was going to do?
Yeah. After reading the journals, yeah, I do.
What Elliot's journal revealed was a master plan of carnage.
I will drive down to my father's house to kill my little brother, denying him of the chance to grow up to surpass me, along with my stepmother, Sumaya, as she will be in the way. My father will be away on one of his business trips, so thankfully, I won't have to deal with him.
I was meant to have a meeting in London, and he wanted to know the dates.
Why?
He wanted me out of town so that he could come and murder his brother. And Sumaya, I think he was scared that he would hesitate, and I can understand that.
The only thing that saved his family's lives was a change in Peter's schedule.
My wife and Jazz, my 9-year-old, are still alive because of that.
What Peter Rodger didn't know was that his son had already murdered 3 people that night. His 2 roommates, David Wang and James Hong, and their visiting friend, George Chen. They had been brutally stabbed to death in Elliot's beachside apartment. Hours later, at 9:17 p.m., Elliot emailed his manifesto to friends, his therapist, and his parents.
I will specifically target the good-looking people and all of the couples.
Now he was a predator in search of the rest of his prey.
I'll be a god, exacting my retribution, just for the crime of living a better life than me.
His black BMW slowed down by a sorority, Alpha Phi. Elliot knocked at the door. No answer. Then he got back in his car and opened fire on the girls in front of Alpha Phi.
33 for the Frank unit, 33.
2 of the women were dead on arrival of the deputies. One of them was very seriously injured with multiple gunshots.
Frank 25 gunshots from the area.
At the sheriff's dispatch center, the calls poured in like rain.
And we have 3 down on the corner of Segovia. The black BMW is into us from here.
Almost simultaneously, we received notification that another individual had been shot
In response for multiple gunshot victims in front of the Ivy Deli.
at the Isla Vista Deli, just up the street.
Dylan Fontillas had just entered the deli.
I heard the glass breaking, just the shatter of the glass. And that's when we all started scrambling for our life.
When Christopher Martinez came in for a sandwich, he was cut down in a hail of gunfire.
I just turned, I saw him fall. I kind of like took my hand off my head and turned down and ducked behind the counter. We sat there and watched this kid bleed to death. He was no less than 2 feet away from me.
But the rampage was far from over.
Frank 25 gunshots from the area.
The deadly shooting in Isla Vista with multiple victims.
At least 3 people have been shot.
All of a sudden, sirens start going, ambulances start going. Multiple places, multiple people.
The death toll could be climbing.
He went up to the top of the loop, firing. He shot 3 more victims.
I'll take to the streets of Isla Vista and slay every single person I see there.
He then confronted another young woman and pointed his gun at her.
At first, Sierra Schwartz thought the gun was a toy.
He shot and I just felt the wind like pass right by my face and I was like, what the f-? So I turned around and I started like walking really fast the other way.
The deadly BMW was swerving erratically through the streets.
People are like, they're shooting.
Drawing gunfire from officers.
He fired rounds at the deputy sheriff, and the deputy sheriff replied with 1 round of gunfire.
About 8 to 12 shots, just super fast, what sounded like directly below my balcony.
That black BMW plowed its way over pedestrians.
Some guy ran in our house bleeding everywhere. He said he got run over by a car.
There was carnage and chaos everywhere.
As many as 7 victims taken to the hospital.
But after deputies fired on him for the second time, Elliot's car spun out of control.
3 of the deputies returned fire and struck the vehicle.
Witnesses say they heard a single shot from inside the car. The long night's journey into terror had finally come to a close. Did Elliot kill himself, or did the police kill him?
What I gather is that he was shot in the hip and then he took his own life.
How did you learn that your son was the shooter?
The sheriff came in, and I'll remember this moment for the rest of my life. The way, he just looked me in the eye and he said, we found a deceased person and we found a license in his pocket that fits your son's description. And I went, oh, and I didn't know that he was the perpetrator then. I thought he was a victim. I thought he was a victim.
A search of Elliot's BMW revealed an arsenal, 3 semi-automatic weapons and 400 bullets. Elliot had been ready for Armageddon.
Who would have thought my life will turn out this way? I didn't start this war, but I will finish it by striking back. Finally, at long last, I can show the world my true worth.
In the end, 7 people lost their lives. 13 were wounded. It took less than 8 minutes to transform 1 square mile of suburbia into a killing field.
I've never actually literally looked in the face of the devil, you know, which is just terrifying.
In life, Elliot Rodger had passed almost invisible to everyone around him. Who would have known to stop the quiet boy hiding a monster within?
He lived like a 20-second walk from my house, and I'd never seen the kid in my life. We went to the same school, we ate at all the same places, but just another face in the crowd.
Next.
We have heard from the families of some of the victims, and they resent my interviewing you because they hold you responsible in part for their children's death.
Would you feel the same way? Let us know on Twitter. Use the hashtag EvilleCJ2020. When we return. 2020 continues. Once again, Barbara Walters.
Isla Vista, a picturesque college community, was shattered by grief.
I just don't know why this happened to our son. It's crazy. This doesn't make any sense.
Her son, George Chen, was only 19.
We would die 100 times, 1,000 times, but we don't want our kids to get hurt.
A junior at UC Santa Barbara, George Chen was visiting his friends David Wang and James Hong, who were Elliot Rodger's roommates. The boys dreamed of one day starting a computer business together. And there are the 2 sorority sisters headed home that night from a day of senior week activities, excited about the summer ahead and looking forward to a future that will now never come. Catherine Cooper dreamed of being a museum curator.
She was very bubbly, and she had that smile. She just made you smile, and she was like the brightest girl in the room.
Her math whiz sorority sister, Veronica Weiss, was described as wise beyond her 19 years.
If it had been somebody else, she'd be the one here picking us up right now. Sorry.
Have you reached out to the victims, to the families?
I haven't reached out to them because I think that they needed to have space and time, and I think it would have been inappropriate.
Chin Rodger, Elliot's mother, has chosen to remain silent, instead telling us in a statement, "I feel the world's attention should be focused on supporting the victims' loved ones and remembering the beautiful lives that were so tragically lost." We have heard from the families of some of the victims, and they resent my interviewing you because they hold you responsible in part for their children's death. What do you say to them?
I wish I could turn back the clock. I wish that these families didn't have to go through this terrible ordeal. It's very hard for them to understand that I didn't know the monster that was in my son.
But one parent did reach out. Just weeks after that night, Rodger met with Richard Martinez, 2 fathers embracing, searching for common ground.
It was the most moving meeting I've ever had in my life.
Martinez's son, Christopher, was 20 years old when he became the last of Elliot Rodger's victims, shot as he was entering that deli. He was an only child?
He was our only
Your
child.
only child.
Yes. He was quiet, kind, humble, graceful, funny, and at the same time, one of the most competitive people you would ever meet.
In the aftermath of his tragic loss, Martinez made an impassioned speech blaming the NRA for his son's death.
They talk about gun rights. What about Chris's right to live? When will this insanity stop? When will enough people say, we don't have to live like this? Too many have died. We should say to ourselves, not one more. Thank you. That's it.
I would like to introduce you to Richard Martinez.
Martinez is spending his time now focusing on a campaign to bring about what he calls common sense laws to reduce gun violence.
No parent should have to go through this. The only thing I have left, really, is to try to find some meaning in my son's death.
Like Martinez, Peter Rodger also has a mission. Why did you decide that you would speak out?
The only reason I'm here is to tell his story, to try and stop this happening again.
What do you hope that it will accomplish?
I think that there's an awful lot that can be done in this country to help families that might have another Elliot. There are holes in the mental health system, and I think that that's really got to be looked at.
In death as in life, his relationship with
Big
his son
holes.
remains complicated. The family of Adam Lanza have said that they wished that their son had never been born. Do you ever feel that way?
That's a loaded question, Barbara. A part of me says yes. And the reason is because he did an awful lot of harm to young men and young women who didn't deserve to die. And my son did it.
How do you mourn a child whom others vilify?
It's very hard, Barbara. After reading the journal, I had a lot of anger for him. And I think my job now is to try and replace that anger with love and forgiveness. But at the same time, I'm also haunted by the pain and the suffering and the terrorizing that this sick human being did to others. And I have to live with that for the rest of my life.
We thank Peter Rodger for opening up his family's life to us. If you have a child whom you think needs mental health advice, go to our website at abcnews.com for more resources. When we come back, big news about our colleague, David Muir.
Okay, that must have been when he got promoted. I don't know how companies are. I mean, if your dad doesn't think, I mean, your dad thinks you might have been one of the victims when it took place. How is somewhere where you're legally able to purchase a gun? How are they supposed to know that? They shouldn't be selling you a gun if your dad doesn't even consider you a danger to the community. That part I don't get.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure why he's. I suppose he was saying that he felt that his son was, killed by somebody else, but I don't know if he's entirely being open about that, because I don't know. I'm just not getting a good feeling from that, the way he's kind of insisting that he really thought he was a victim. But look, at the end of the day, it's not necessarily for me or you to try and understand how he must be feeling. I mean, it must be tormenting for him, but there is a certain level of responsibility.
Oh, of course. I can't imagine if one of my own offspring committed a crime like that, like seriously, of course, and that's how I'm looking at, like with this interview, of course he's going to be remorseful and all these other things, because how could you not? I mean, even if, you know what I mean, one of your own offspring commits that, yeah. We're going to be doing a part 2. I'll let you guys know when we'll be doing a part 2. In part 2, I'm going to be reading through the journal, some of the manifesto. There's interviews with some of his friends that we didn't get to. There's other interviews that are going to be on. I think the dad had another one on another news station, and then a bunch of these other documents too. Irina Zetterquist, a qualitative content analysis that she did on Elliot Rodger, and she is a professor of criminology at Malmo University. The Isla Vista investigative summary, the 68 pages that details everything that took place in that report. We will be going over those. Oops, sorry, hold on, I wasn't sharing it. We will be going over those in the next one. I want to say thank you again, Rosee. Thank you for hopping up and hanging out with us today. I appreciate it. If you're not subbed to Rosee, please hit that link right there. And we'll be getting together for episode 2 about this. We'll be digging into it. And then for anybody that isn't familiar with the incel theory at Queen Road Apartments, if you're new to the show, I'm going to go ahead and end this show with that video. Thank you all so much. Thank you, Rosee. I appreciate your time.
Everyone.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you guys. And like I said, if you hadn't checked out the theory before, here it is. Thank you all. Appreciate you. And we'll see you later. It's a different perspective when you're looking towards than when you're looking through from the other side. That's why I say the person could have been 10 feet from the frickin' sliding glass door in any of these trees and watched what was going on in the second floor living room. You could probably tell based off of how somebody's walking pattern if they're going into the bedroom where Zaina and Ethan were. You could definitely see if somebody's going in and out of DM's room from the perspective, and you can tell if somebody's going to be going upstairs based off of the way that they're walking, going towards the stairs. So you could definitely see if somebody's going to be going up the stairs as well. Then you have access to both sliding glass doors, so you have a view of the upstairs second floor room where Kaylee was at. And then you got the windows on the back side that you could sit there and watch. The only floor that you would not know what kind of activity was going on would be the very bottom floor. Now, you're going to be able to see people coming up to the property or driving by the property because basically you'd be back over here, right? But you're not going to see any windows on the first floor. You're not going to see anybody coming out of the door on the first floor. You're not going to notice any kind of activity unless they're coming between these two houses if you're peeping the scene. So really, you just have the knowledge of what's taking place on the second and third floor. So then when you go back and you think, okay, they said the house was possibly a target. Was the house possibly a target because the person that was peeping could only see what was going on the second and third floor because that's the only things that happened was on those floors and nothing on the first, as far as we know. So ultimately, when you think about what I'm saying, could it be that maybe the house just was because the person that was peeping could only see the second and third floor, and that's why nothing happened on the first? Now, when you're going into the property, you would think that the person, if they didn't do anything on the first floor because they didn't notice, well, then maybe they'd never been to the property before. Maybe they never been to the property before. Maybe they were somebody that was parking in the back parking lot that lived at the apartment complex right across the street. And when they would park to go home, they would have a perfect view inside the sliding glass door on the third floor and Maddie's window. So maybe the person that kept coming home at Queen Road Apartments, parking in the back lot, continually saw night after night after night after night whatever might have been going on in those windows, even if they were just standing there playing with the puppy. So if somebody's chilling back there and living at Queen Road Apartments, maybe they are the incel, right? Maybe they are the incel, and that's why they never, in the whole time that they lived there, ever went and visited that house because they are an incel, right? And that's why when they would come home, they wouldn't even know that that bottom floor was part of the house to them. Maybe it was just the basement that they came into the property, because all the activity took place on the other two floors whenever they would come home to their home at Queen Road Apartments and see the activity on the patio, the sliding glass door, and the on the third floor deck, and the sliding glass door up there. Maybe that's where, maybe all these detectives that were coming out and saying that it was an incel, it was an incel, it was an incel. Well, maybe it fucking was. Maybe the incel wasn't even driving a damn car. The incel just walked out of their apartment, out of Queen Road Apartments, walked across the damn street. Here's the scenario of the incel that lives at Queen Road Apartments. The dude parks at every day in the same spot, every night in the same spot, comes home and sees the activity taking place through the windows, sees the activity that's happening outside the party, and he's an incel. He just goes home. Everybody wonders about rage. It took a lot of rage to commit this crime. FBI profilers, incel, incel, incel. I bet you the incel that committed this crime lived at Queen Road Apartments, walked out of their front door, went back behind the trees, walked down, catapulted, and got themselves up on the back part of the third floor deck, gained access through the sliding glass door, waited for everybody to come home. The incel had enough. Although the incel was not confident enough to approach the people, they couldn't deal with it no more. That's where the rage came from. That's where all the FBI profilers are saying it's an incel. They didn't drive a car. They walked from the Queen Road Apartments, climbed up the balcony, gained access through the sliding glass door upstairs, which, why would they lock it? There's no forced entry. You hear the DM statement, somebody's playing with the puppy. Oh, I think it's the roommate, because what roommate thinks that a perpetrator's playing with the puppy? That's what alarms Kaylee. I think somebody's here. Then the person walks over, commits the crime upstairs, because they've been watching the windows upstairs for who knows how long, as they come home and park their car behind the property and go home to Queen Road Apartments. Then they go downstairs. Then you hear the DM statements in the PCA about the second floor. Then the person goes out the window of the second floor bedroom, hops. You can see it right behind me. See how far that car is from that roof? You're out of your mind to think that it's not a safe jump to jump from that roof and land in gravel. And then all you need to do is walk back up around, go through the trees, clean yourself off, and then walk or change your shoes, whatever. Do whatever you need to do in the trees. Hell, you might just, at that time of night, it's so dark. I showed you guys already. You just, and the ladder too. But I think they gained access on that third floor sliding glass door. And then all they had to do was walk back home. All they had to do was walk back home. They didn't have to drive no car. I wouldn't be surprised if the damn weapon was at Queen Road Apartments, everybody. What I'm saying is this incel? If they do live at Queen Road Apartments, and this is just in the middle of the parking lot, they could be somebody that parks all the way more to the side and they have an even better view. But even with this view, that's just from the blue car right around the corner. That parking lot, when I show you the footage and we go through the footage again, you'll see how deep that parking lot is and how many vehicles can park there. Actually, I'll just give you the bird's eye view of it to show you. So you're looking at this angle right here. All right, and this is going to be where the blue car is. So right here at the blue car is what I'm talking about. You can park all the way back here. You can park all the way back here. Looking at it from here. Imagine you can see what you can see here. But if you're parked more down to the left, then you definitely have, and even if you walk a couple feet down, because there's one part of footage where I actually walk down up to the crime scene tape and I kind of record over it, right? And you walk a couple feet down and you have, so imagine the sliding glass doors in the windows here, but when you're parked more to the left, turn that and you have a perfect view going straight in where you can see DM's door, you can see the entry to the second floor living room. I mean, you can see the whole kitchen, and then you're talking about upstairs bedroom too. Now, if you guys remember that video of Kaylee when she's playing with the puppy and she's doing this with it, right? That's her bedroom. So where she's doing this with the puppy, she's doing that towards the left part. If we're looking at the sliding glass door, she's doing it towards this left part. That's where she's facing. So imagine the fact that you can see into that whole bedroom just like you can see into the whole kitchen just from being parked. Now, and that's what I'm saying. You have to, this, like I said last night, there's a lead up to events. Something like this crime doesn't just when you open a pop, it don't just go nuts, okay, and fizz everywhere. You have to shake it. You have to shake it multiple times. There's a lead up to events when it comes to this kind of explosive act. And so what I'm saying is with this incel theory that lives at Queen Road Apartments, this person is coming home every single day, night. They're seeing all the fun that's going on. They're seeing all the activity that's going on. They're an incel, so they're reserved and they don't want to, they can't be a part of anything because of the social awkwardness. But they park every time going home and they see the fun and they get jealous and they see the girls doing their makeup through the windows and they get possessive and this and this and this, everything that all those FBI profilers were saying, incel, incel, incel. You're damn right now. Incel, 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 an incel that lived at Queen Road Apartments. That's the one that didn't have to stalk the property. That's the one that knows how dark it is back there. That's the one that knows everybody else's habits when it comes to work times and maybe activities. And that's the person that knows, you know what? Between this time and this time, this is when I'm going to do it. Because even though I'm awkward and I can't go introduce myself. I can't involve myself around social activities. But I've been seeing these girls and I've been seeing the fun and I've been seeing it over and over and over and over. And I come home alone and I can't take it no more. And these people are having fun and I can't take it no more. And then boom, they walk out of their apartment, walk over to this house. They know the back of this area like the back of their hand because they park there every day. And they go and commit the crime and they're able to go back home, walk into their apartment, and ain't nobody noticing shit. Because when they're coming back up from where after they're committing the crime, they just look like somebody else that just got out of their car and are walking home up to their apartment. The incel theory from the Queen Road apartments. They know the area like the back of their hand. And who in the hell, you know what I'm saying? You come back up that hill. Hell, you could go back, you could go up to your car, unlock your car, shut your door, and pretend like you just got out of your car and you're walking up to your apartment. And if you're wearing black, ain't nobody gonna be able to tell that you have red stuff all over you. Even if you have a little bit, ain't nobody gonna be able to tell. And all you have to do is take that little teeny, like I said, less than 2 minutes from where your car would be parked up to your door at your apartment building. Less than 2 minutes. And you're home safe. I'm going to show you the difference between the day and the night. See how you can see everything? I just walked over a little bit to the left. See how you can see everything? Look at how listen, I'm standing behind the crime tape, people, and look at how close the patio slab is. Look at how close the patio slab is. You don't need binoculars. You don't even need imagine if you did though, right, Katrina? Imagine if you did have binoculars. Oh my gosh, you could tell what kind of earrings somebody's wearing with binoculars. Look, I'm not. Listen, I didn't cross the crime scene tape, yo. I didn't do it. That's how close that slab is. Now, I'm at the back of the property, like I said, where that blue car was at. Now, see where that tree is in that crime scene tape? That's where I was standing next to. I was off to the left of that tree. So in the last shot that you guys seen, which was right here, I'm off to the left of that. Close you are to the frickin' patio, okay? Now I'm going to be leaving the scene, and I want you to see something. Look at how close your apartment is, people. There was not a clear path. There was a bunch of trees. Some had leaves on them still, some didn't. Now, I took this footage on 11/12/2023. So it was the day before the year. The footage I took at night was the 13th. Now, this is, I mean, you see how close these apartments are, okay? I just literally backed up and turned right. Watch. I'm at the back of the property. Right there. And who's to say they didn't run through this little alleyway? Who's to say they didn't run through this little alleyway and go to the left and then hop down the side of the house where nobody's going to see you from the house because they can't see you hop over the side. Nobody's going to pay attention because it's a quick 3-second walk across the street. Then you're at the back of the property again, climbing up the 3rd floor or sliding through the sliding glass door. Now, since we're here, I want to show people, and it's the daytime, I want to show people. This is why you're not turning at a high rate of speed around this corner. See how tight this is? And I'll show you the nighttime. See how tight this is? Look at it. Look at it. You see how close I am to the freaking dumpster when I turn? Look. You're going to go at a high rate of speed. Slide, maybe hit the dumpster, maybe hit this tree bush or the light pole or the apartment building if you're sliding, right? What I see is somebody that parks in that back lot, living at Queen Road Apartments by where they would be parking and have a reason to park in that back lot. So if somebody that is living up there or living on this side of Queen Road Apartments on this left side section, you know, the one that we're driving by, you're only going to see what's going on at that property from a huge distance, and you're not going to have that kind of intimate effect when it comes with the property if you are that here and you're parking here to come home because you live at those apartments right over there when I back out. If you are coming here and parking home and you have that mentality, that's where you create your fantasies. That's where you create your obsession. That's where you create your desires and all these thoughts and all these things that you want to do because you park there every day or every night because you live right there. This right here, this parking spot for wherever they live, this is what creates all of the shit that somebody would need to commit this crime. Somebody doesn't need to stalk the property because the person already lived there. As far as somebody else knows, they're sitting out there having a cigarette in the car, looking like they're just smoking a cigarette in the car because somebody doesn't smoke in their apartment or something. So then somebody that comes in from a neighbor's apartment is coming out to their car that's parked next to the person that committed the crime. And to the neighbor, they just look like they're sitting out in the car having a cigarette. But really, they're sitting there having a cigarette, fantasizing. Be able to sit there and sit in the back of the vehicle and not look suspicious to anybody else that's coming up next to their vehicle, or maybe even a neighbor that knows them. Hey, what are you doing, Jimmy? Oh, I'm just having a smoke real quick. All right, Jimmy, see you tomorrow night, man. All right, buddy. And then he turns his focus and he's sitting there watching through the back windows and watching through the sliding glass doors, watching everything that's going on while he's having a smoke, looking like ain't nothing going on. But really, the dude is bottling up all of this frustration and anger and all of these things. And then one night, the dude walks out of his house or out of his apartment and simply just walks across the parking lot, goes down the back hill and commits the crime, and then simply walks back up through the parking lot just a few feet right back home, and nobody notices shit. Good morning. Oh, I can't hear you. You're on mute. It's got you on mute for some reason. There we go. Yes. Good morning.
Hello. Good evening.
Good evening. Yes. I always forget. How's the weather there today?
Too hot.
Is it? It's summer over there.
Yeah.
If anybody didn't know, they have summer while we have winter. So, there's I seen some of the stuff. Is there anything that you wanted to go through before we get into anything? Because I saw some of the stuff you sent me and I read some of it and I was like, whoa. So I didn't know if
I'm still verifying some of it. It's up to you. I'm flexible. Whatever you want to go through. I'm gonna get more chat room stuff as well.
Yeah, I figured if you want, I'm gonna play this video from this friend. It's supposedly a childhood friend. 9 years ago though, so it's pretty old. But it's a childhood friend, but I was trying to look up interviews of anybody that knew this person, Elliot, and I couldn't find nothing except for just this one childhood friend. There's really not much. Maybe there used to be and they took a lot of stuff off.
Maybe. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't think he had a lot of friends, to be honest. I think the one that sticks out most for him was that little girl, Maddie. And other than that, there's not a lot, on record.
Yeah, I'm surprised that even the roommates that he had lived with, there was nothing. I couldn't really find anything whether it was a negative experience or a positive experience. I really couldn't, which was interesting to me because usually, there's always a few people that are, even if it is negative, there's always a few people that are wanting to talk to the news crews just to get some attention.
Maybe it's because it's go as well. I don't know.
I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me, but it is pretty interesting as you read some of these chat rooms and you see some of these videos. They really did worship this kid as like, I thought it was just a corny tagline, but when you get into it, you really do realize that they really did look at this person as some sort of hero and some sort of they even are like, like you would watch the videos where in episode 1 of his own videos that he would take of himself, he would talk so highly of himself, about being this supreme gentleman and stuff. And these same people that look up to him call him a supreme gentleman and all of these things. And it's just like, dang, people really do worship this guy. It's crazy.
Yeah, they feel validated, I guess.
So, all right, I'm going to play this video here real quick. This is from a childhood friend. And then if there's any of that stuff you want to go into, we can go into it with that chat room stuff too.
Lucky would later go to the same middle school as me, where he would become an object of my extreme jealousy and hatred. Looking back, I can't believe I actually played with him as a friend in my father's neighborhood. What's it feel to see something like that now?
Yeah, when I saw that, I was just shocked. I couldn't. I literally didn't believe that was coming from him. I didn't. When I heard everything, I'm still shocked, and it's just a crazy feeling. I couldn't believe it. I still can't believe it.
Did you ever have any reason to expect or know that he hated you like that?
Oh no, not at all. From every from what I saw, I thought I thought we were pretty good friends. Well, yeah, he was always nice. He was always, or not nice, but he didn't say much. But we played games together, and he never got. It was nothing he wouldn't say anything like, or he wouldn't say anything, but he wouldn't give me the impression that we weren't, you know, on good terms.
We've learned so much now about this young man because of what he posted on YouTube and what he put on this manifesto that he did. I understand you sort of followed him or kept in touch on Facebook over the years. Was there anything ever that you saw on Facebook or on social media of his that gave you any reason to be concerned?
I haven't actually. Yeah, I didn't even, I didn't keep in touch with him on Facebook. I saw him on, my first time seeing him since middle school was on the video, when they told me about it. And yeah, that's my first time hearing about it or seeing him or really hearing him talk. That's my first time hearing him talk is when I saw the video. That's my first time hearing him say more than, you know, one word answer.
ABC News exclusive tonight. You'll remember this face. Elliot Rodger, the gunman from that shooting rampage at UC Santa Barbara last month, killing 6, wounding 13 others, and the chilling videos he left behind. So many asking, were there warning signs? Tonight here, his father is speaking for the first time with Barbara Walters, who asks, did he know his son was sick?
How are you?
Every night I go to sleep. I wake up and I think of those young men and young women that have died and that were injured and were terrorized. And my son did that. My son caused so much pain and suffering for so many families.
When you wake up in the morning, what do you think?
It's like a reverse nightmare situation. When you go to sleep normally, you have a nightmare and you wake up and, oh, everything's okay.
Yeah.
Now I go to sleep, I might have a nice dream. And then I wake up and then slowly the truth of what happened dawns on me. And you know, that is that my son was a mass murderer.
You did not think that Elliot was suicidal or certainly not homicidal.
There's no way I thought that this boy could hurt a flea. I mean, this is the most unbelievable thing, Barbara. What I don't get is we didn't see this coming at all.
Did you know that he was sick?
No. This is the American horror story, or the world's horror story, is when you have somebody who on the outside is one thing and on the inside is something completely different and you don't see it.
And Barbara's with us here now. And Barbara, I wanted to get back to something he just said to you. He said, we didn't see this coming at all. And a lot of people at home are going to say, we saw the videos of that boy. How did they not see any warning signs?
Well, they knew their son was troubled. They even thought that he might want to take his own life. They never thought that he would want to kill others.
Yeah, this is going to frighten a lot of people. Much more tomorrow night. In the meantime, you told us you'd be back time and again with special assignments, and it's great to have you back.
Man. Yeah, that kid, the friend, he was like, I couldn't even tell the dude was even upset, had no idea, but yet he hated him so bad.
Yeah, I think that friend is lucky. He just seems like such a sweet person. Shame. I mean, he keeps saying he didn't say much, so I suppose, you know, he thinks he's communicating it that he doesn't like him very much, but maybe he just isn't. I don't know, that poor Lucky. He seems very sweet.
Well, I mean, most of the time, if somebody's upset with you, they say it, you know, they say it to you, you know what I mean? So when, you know, it would be a shock to me if somebody's upset with me, you know, writing it down or saying it to somebody else, but not to me, then it's like, well, how did I know that you were upset? You know what I mean? It's one of those. Yeah. Thank you so much for being here today too. So is there any of that chat stuff that you want to discuss? I was reading some of it and I was like, wow, it's deeper than I thought it was. It's structured, you know, like
Yeah. So I'm not sure if you want to share some of the screenshots.
Sure.
They have
it's crazy.
rules like rules for their chat room. And the one that I noticed the most was the rules about sharing of gore images or videos. And I mean, I kind of was surprised that there's even rules for that. I would just imagine that sharing that is not okay, but there's actually parameters on how to share these kind of images in an incel chat room, which, I mean, I was quite taken aback. They've worded it in a way that I think maybe it's done legally, so, but it's still, just because something's legal doesn't necessarily mean that it's ethical. And I was very taken aback by some of the things that they have in their rules.
Yeah, me too. So this is the first. This is the introduction. Incel.is, involuntary celibate. Welcome. This is a forum for involuntary celibates, people who lack a significant other. Are you lonely and wish you had someone in your life? You're not alone. Join our forum and talk to people just like you. That's the first one. Let me see. Can I click to the next one? No, hold on. So this one, this is rules explanation, if you guys can see that. Hold on. So it says, rule explanation. Racial baiting, aka race bait, is not allowed on incel.is and is part of our existing rule against bait in the behavior section of my colleague and co-admin Master's opening post in this our rules topic section. And then it discusses the mods, legendary r/incel mod and OG incels IS site moderator Ryo set the precedent to extend the no bait rule to include no racial baiting either. He was essentially forced to do this in order to effectively combat and put a stop to the relentless BBC spammer during his days of being an active moderator. So in the spirit of Ryo's noble strength, I have to... They almost look at they almost look at themselves as like some kind of mythical type status too.
Yeah. It's a little bit, I suppose it's cultish as well.
Right. Blue pill content. Okay, wait, maybe I missed something here. Let's see. In the fascination, the subject has died down enough to go back to handing out regular warnings once again that are considered a far lesser or a rather gentler punishments by comparison. Blue pill content, posting tired cliches and worn out normie, and PUA grifter platitudes such as be yourself bro, man up bro, just hit the gym and learn to lift bro, work hard, get a job, and eventually a woman will come to you bro, etc., are all examples of blue pill thinking that don't belong here. As while some of this advice may have worked in the long ago past eras of the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s, and earlier, it is a vastly different world now. The times we are living in are more unforgiving, fast-moving, highly connected, and extremely alienated. It's a high-tech world now where competition for females has become so fierce via the rise of the internet and dating apps that even attractive male chads are at times having to turn to fat or ugly women to get anything at all, as now normal, regular chads are finding themselves having to compete with rich and famous or just better looking giga chads. Giga chad. So that's another term. Giga chad. That's like a super chad. In general, as women, narcissism and hyper. I mean, so now they're even more angry because of the internet.
Yeah.
The
yeah. So
chads.
and they seem to be angry with people trying to give them advice now, like advice on how to get a girlfriend. You know, like stuff like go to the gym, make a lot of money,
Right.
all of these things that will supposedly help. But so essentially they don't want help. They don't want advice.
Yeah.
Exactly.
because they're supreme. They're the supreme gentlemen. Why would a supreme gentleman need advice, from a coach or something? And Heidi says it exactly right. People should first know and love themselves before entering a relationship, because how can you love somebody else if you don't love yourself? And that's damn true.
But what's
You
also
gotta
really
love yourself.
important about this is that they're making, comments about unattractive females, right? So
Yeah,
they,
that was
that means that they have a supposed standard as well. So, if an unattractive female wanted to date them, would they? Because they seem to have an attitude towards it. So why is it okay for them to have a standard, but a woman can't not want them for whatever reason, right? So
that's a good point.
It's a dead end. It's like, yeah.
That's a good point. It's a good point because like, and with the whole incel discussion here, you say it's involuntary, but if you're reading what you just read here, you're saying the whole species of females, but yet it's not the whole species of females. So are you really, as an incel, are you really not getting any kind of attraction, or it's just the attraction you don't feel you deserve?
That's a really good point. Yeah. So, I mean, if they have this attitude towards females that they feel aren't good enough, one has to wonder, is it all females, or is it just that, they're disgruntled that what they perceive to be beautiful women don't want to be with them? And in that case, how are they different from those women to begin with? Because those women don't want to be with them for obvious reasons, so
because they're so
it's a very double
supreme.
standard.
Yeah, so it sounds like they're mad. It sounds like they're mad that somebody else has a toy and they don't.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean, if you look, sorry.
No, go ahead.
If
There's
you
a
look
delay.
at Elliot Rodgers, the standard that he has, I mean, he's targeting all women, right, as not wanting. But the woman that he wants is very specific. Like, he only wants women with blonde hair. Like, it's just, I mean, there's actually no difference between him and these picky women.
Yeah. So did he? I mean, just like when we did episode 1 and we were watching the videos where he was like driving by the people saying, "Yeah, those people." No, not those people. Those dudes are ugly as fuck.
Right? Yeah. Oops. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And he's driving by those girls and he's like, "Yeah, girls like that." And you hear girls screaming and they're probably like, "Nice car. Hey, what's up?" You know what I mean? And he didn't even stop.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you so, dude? You don't even get out of, like, you're not even like introducing yourself. So how do you know if you don't take a step? How do you know the ground is solid or not? You got to find out.
He definitely reached a level of resentment where he actually didn't want the attention. He just wanted to be able to complain about it. And had he got some attention, that probably would have ruined his whole video and he would have been mad about that. Yeah.
But then, but I don't know. It's just weird. It's like, at first I'm sitting there and I'm going, involuntary. Like, there's always somebody out there for somebody. There is, so then I'm like, well, maybe there's just, maybe there are people out there that just nobody, but then you see the dude, I mean, have I ever had a BMW? Fuck no. I've never had a BMW. You know what I mean? Like, the dude had a better car than I've ever had. So what are you talking about, man? Like,
yeah, no, I think he really does misunderstand what is actually important and what is attractive. I mean, if you're going to be complaining that much, doesn't matter what you have, nobody's going to want to listen. It's
I never had an Armani shirt, come on. I mean, that was a nice shirt too. It needed to be ironed. You got to iron it if you're going to wear a shirt like that, You can't be going out all crinkled up. Come on. So here's more of this. It says, let me see, LGBTQ content rule. What are these? They have these weird terms like Chad, Giga
It's
Chad,
Chad and Stacy, I think.
furries,
And then Melvins, and I don't know what a furry is.
bronies. I'm not even saying the other one. I mean, that's what the hell. I'm not saying it. Like, that's way disrespectful. So to be a part, we also consider. Okay, so LGBTQ plus all of these other terms to be a part of the community and may update the rule further to include any more disgusting or degenerate groups that might arise in the future within it, only for the understandable purposes of keeping our website free of degrading filth as well as cultural subversion, which these movements, all heavily steeped in homosexuality, almost always seem to foment. Lastly, on this issue, for now, in addition to criticizing the LGBTQ, we still, of course, allow our users to make fun of the condition as the inspiration arises. Should users discover any loopholes in our rules that should, in theory, allow those groups into our forum, said loopholes will not be honored in practice, but rather once the loopholes discovered, the rule explanations may be further updated to reflect that, to continue making the community aware of what is and is not allowed. I mean, and they go into like they hate. That's some hate shit right there.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is part of why I think that if Idaho 4 does amount to a case of incel, it is entirely possible that it was still a group. Because I think that this is a community that sort of hides behind one another. And I don't know if there's necessarily, incel groups that are not hateful. I'm sure that every group has its extremes and, on either side. But sorry, but I think that it is very possible that it is a group.
Man, yeah, this is crazy. I mean, that not only they have hate for, quote, the female species, but they also have hate to all these other groups as well. So they really, it's almost like you said a little bit ago, it's like cultish in a way. We stick to our own. We don't allow outside influence. We maintain a strict structure inside to make sure that we can continue our way of thinking no matter what. The hate is just crazy. Yeah, I want to say I love the Z Cavarici. Those were my favorites.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's clothing. It's clothing.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was English.
Yeah. Is that what threw you off for a second? You're like, what is Z Cavarici? No, it's clothing.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, okay. I loved it. No, it's just favorite clothing. We were talking. I didn't have a BMW. I didn't have, Armani, but I did have Z Cavarici. Damn straight. Gore content, it's still allowed, but remember to only post legal gore images or videos and always be certain to use the NSFW tag on such content when you do so. Example of legal gore. Okay, so this just goes into gore. Someone. Okay, so just more gore stuff. Blue pill content part 2. Okay, this talked about the Chads and the Giga Chads in the blue pill from earlier. The majority of the forum. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. So I just they seem to have different pills for different approaches to life, I guess. So the black pill seems to be the most extreme, which is what Elliot Rodgers fit into, which is that, you know, there's no point to anything. So they say that it's like a nihilistic approach. Blue pill, I think, is about trying to improve yourself so that females will actually want you, and they seem quite resentful towards that suggestion.
Blue. How many different color of pills do they got?
I think there's 3. So there's a red pill.
Red, blue, and black.
Yeah.
Insos. What is how? Incelos. What? Okay, hold on. Incelosphere.
That's a lot. Yeah.
What is that?
Celosphere.
What is that?
I read about the manosphere, but I suppose that's just their online presence, right?
So,
but I'm surprised by that figure. That's
2.6 million worldwide or something. Well, there you go, Nina. She's got a BMW and Versace jeans. Bling bling. I'm not a sociopath in my privileged path. Oh, sorry. Now this is oofy doofy. I mean, these terms, the majority of the forum community as well, the site staff, i.e. moderators and admins, have mutually agreed that the oofy doofy theory, popularized, if not entirely created by YouTube in celebrity, quote, hell by the dashboard light, is simply a repackaged version of the long detested and emasculating beta bucks strategy. Not to mention that oofy doofy theory is observably not truly reflective of the current year 2022 dating market. Thus, we at incel.is reject the theory as yet another unfortunately wildly popular self-delusional blue-pilled lie. Members who advocate for or who support this theory openly shall be subject to similar level warnings or bannings as are typically already applied to promoters of prior existing and identified blue pill content. What is, I don't, this is crazy. Blue oofy doofy and what's this? YouTube and celebrity held by the dashboard light. Is that a video?
I don't know, but there are a lot of, from what I can see, there's quite a lot of YouTube channels that are trying to, coach people. So they, I think they refer and look down a lot to blue pill content creators. So I think it might be something to do with that.
Well, there's this, but there's no videos. There's no playlist. I did a video called, so this is 10 months ago. I did a video called Cash Registers for Souls. I don't know. It's weird. So I don't know if that's, I don't see, there's no video. Something's coming up with Something's coming up with that song, but this is the only thing that I saw was Hell by the Dashboard Lights, which is this YouTube channel. And that's the only thing I've seen. Other than that, I don't see that. It says rule explanation. What it means to be an incel on incel.is so that you may join our site. Our community's unique definition of the term and word incel is not exactly the same as what you might find in the normie world or in a dictionary. Normie? For us as an incel is a male who has never had a romantic, voluntary, unpaid sexual relationship with a human female ever in his life, and no romance whatsoever in his entire life with a human female. A human what the hell does that? So this means to join up here and not be banned, you must never have had a girlfriend or wife, nor even a fling or one-night stand, as that too can be based in a type of fleeting romantic love or passion. The community has also repeatedly voted that so-called escort cells, i.e., men who have paid for intercourse with prostitutes, whether on a regular basis once in a while or whenever the mood strikes, may also be considered incels and join the community, since our user database as a majority agrees that romantic pair bonding is what separates the normies and the chads, i.e. sex havers, from we incels, and not simply sex itself. What? That's a lot of rules so far, and we're not even,
I don't understand some of them. Do you?
I mean, they're trying to. I don't understand. Okay, it seems like they're trying to isolate themselves from everything. Like, this is bad. This is bad. Even if you, I don't know, maybe I'm reading this wrong, because to me it's saying you can't, even if you paid, that is you're not considered an incel because you paid for it. It wasn't involuntary. It has to be unpaid. For you to be an incel, you have to have never had a romantic, voluntary, unpaid sexual relationship with a human female. I mean, what are they? Is there like an alien female that comes down for the incels or something? I don't understand that. I don't understand that. I mean, are you talking animals? Like, what are you talking about, bro? You know? But with I guess if you've even paid for it, you're not allowed, because the fact that you paired with another female totally like removes you from being an incel, I guess, because you've had that experience. You basically couldn't have been romantic ever.
So nobody who's ever had the experience,
right?
Is welcome. Okay.
Yeah. There's also women just like the men.
I saw that. Yeah. They have their
What
their
are they
own
called?
themselves.
Are they incels too? What do they call them? Femcells. So why ain't they called like he cells or something? It's a real twisted way to pretend they are completely normal. What's up, 49 Girl Ticket 34? Yeah, so nothing. Because and this is what I don't understand. Like, if somebody paid for it, couldn't what's up, Christina? If somebody paid for it, wouldn't you be able to be like, hey, guess what, Jimmy? You should do this, or maybe you should try this. Like, you could like elevate and get yourself out of this pit. It's almost like you're in a pit. You don't want anybody to throw dirt in the pit so you can eventually climb out.
But they do seem to have a lot of jealousy amongst themselves, especially if you read the words of Elliot Rodgers. So any friend that he might have had was kind of acceptable until some kind of a female was interested in him. And then he was, enraged. But a lot of that was jealousy. So I feel like maybe if there is some kind of an interaction with a female, whether it's paid for or not, it's still going to cause resentment in the group. Maybe.
Yeah.
That's all I can
Yeah.
think.
So, gosh, can you imagine you're like hanging out with your incel buddies and you guys are like going to get some ice cream or something, and you're with your incel buddy group, and all of a sudden this girl looks at you a certain way, and you're like, no, don't look at me, because then that you just ruined my incel,
Yeah.
citizenship here, because you looked at, I can't, what the hell? So what do? Isolate themselves from any situation where somebody could even look like they're interested, because you'd almost be outed then, right? Because they would get jealous. All
Yeah,
of them
exactly.
would get jealous. Next thing you know, you're out of the group.
Yeah, so I mean, they're reaching that stage where they don't want attention, because then they'll have nothing to, whinge about. So
Minors are not excluded from the sites. That's ridiculous. Wow. That's ridiculous. Not that they shouldn't have their own chat groups. They should have their own chat groups. But man, you can't have children with fucking adults in that damn room, especially when they're talking about, it's mainly about sexuality,
yeah, I mean
that's what
there's
it's
an age
about.
where they shouldn't be exposed to, especially in a hateful way. I mean, they're still developing into who they are, and it's just, yeah.
Well, I don't know. That's not right. No, I'm just saying, like, you go to because incels ain't going to the bowling alley. You know what I mean? They're not going to go to midnight bowling with the black lights and shit. They're not going to do it. I'm saying, so what would an incel group do? Well, maybe they would go get ice cream. So I'm just saying, ice cream shop. They go get ice cream. A girl looks over there, winks at one of the incel guys, and all of a sudden the rest of the incel guys see it, and they're like, Jimmy, get the fuck away from us, Go.
Yeah, I think because they interact online a lot, they can kind of, I mean, how many of them maybe secretly
I'm just saying,
I mean,
they're not out in public like that, right? No?
well, what just ice cream? What do they do other than drive down the street and make videos and
I don't
shout out?
know. What do you do? Like, yeah, right? Like, Jimmy got banned. Yeah, some girl winked at him getting ice cream, and Jimmy got banned from the group. Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
He's
Jimmy
no
doesn't
more-
mind. Secretly,
Yeah, he's no
Okay.
longer an incel. He's no longer. What he describes as bullying and unaccepted by his peers' disconnection from his family, who does not see what he is going through at school, that turns our incels created. Interesting. Because that's what when we watch the father there, and even when I was talking about, in the intro about the epidemic that's going on, and how the government needs to treat it like an epidemic, not just pass it off like they've been doing because of the cost of it. Maybe don't make the big deals with big pharma, and you don't have these fucking problems in the first place. You know what I'm saying? Because doctors are quick to throw out pills left and right that shit they don't even have studies on. Next thing you know, 10 years later, you see a commercial for a class action lawsuit for a drug that you took just to quit having diarrhea. You know what I mean? And next thing you know, it's causing something else 10 years later because the FDA doesn't do their fucking shit. So it's like you started this problem because you wanted the fucking money. You need to fix the problem. Getting banned, Jimmy. It's all Jimmy. Created by their environment perspective or is a mental. Yeah, it's got to be. It's got to be because think about it. Like the dude, Elliot Rodgers, he's, like, let's be real. When you're that age, what? He was, what, 20 something? 22?
22.
Right? Let's be real. You got a BMW at 22. I'm sorry. You're getting fucking invitations. You know what I'm saying? Like, so to say that you that you are like totally shut off from all of that outside, it's got to be almost like a social disorder where you remove yourself from people because you don't feel comfortable, and then because of that mental disorder, then it doesn't reflect to the normie society as normal, so then therefore you become an outcast. When the dad started taking him, I think, what did he say, age 5 or 6, he started taking him to a psychiatrist or something.
Yeah. I think it was 8, but it was thereabouts. It was very young.
His father is cousin to Reese Witherspoon. Yeah, that's what I heard. He said he did stuff with the Hunger Games and some other stuff. What's up, Nina? Yeah, it's rules are rules. Well, making up. Oh wow, no. Yeah, that's what like. I don't even think that's what I'm saying. I don't think they would bowl. And I was trying to think of like a situation where maybe they would hang out, and that'd be to go get ice cream. Yeah.
Plausible.
Wink, 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 wink. You're banned, Jimmy. You're banned. So it's yeah. So basically, you can't have sexual relations. Period. Because it says once a person is able, if ever, to obtain a woman's love and affection and voluntary sexual intercourse from her, that man has ascended, meaning that they have leveled up beyond incel status and have now become a normie or a Chad. Contrary to the public, i.e., normies, typically views on incels, what we as a majority want is not sex first and foremost, but rather to be chosen by a woman as her object of love and desire, and only then be offered sex from her. This is part of the reason why the community tolerates and even approves of escort cells, i.e., men who have paid for sexual relations with prostitutes, and it is because any man of legal age, financial means, and physical ability can engage in this behavior, but not every man out there can obtain something that is arguably more special and rewarding, which is a woman's love. Now, I find it interesting because it brings me back to the interview with the dad that we were watching, okay? And the interview with the dad, Barbara Walters asked him, or he had made or if he had like offered to go to Vegas or something, and his dad was like serious, like, yeah, I told him, to go to Vegas and pay for a prostitute or whatever, right? And to me, I'm like sitting there going, why in the fuck would a dad tell their kid that? Period anyway, but still. But this is interesting though, because remember, he said that his son had sent him links to these chat groups that he was talking in. And in these chat groups, it talks a lot about paid sexual relations with prostitutes, and it makes me wonder, is this where the dad got the damn idea from in the first place? Is because he saw the rules? I mean, we're not even going into this discussions. This is something you would see when you first get into this group that you got a link to, would be the rules. Is this where his dad was like, I'll pay for you? Like what?
Well, I don't know. I mean, and that might be why he declined. He
Yeah,
didn't want
because
to.
he wouldn't be part of it.
But while I was listening to you read that, I was just wondering, when they're speaking about voluntarily obtaining a woman's love, involuntarily, are they condoning like violent sexual assault here? Because I didn't. They're not condoning it. Are they promoting it? Is that not? What do they mean? Is it just financial? Because I mean, I don't think that would be allowed in group rules if there was an undertone of that. I think that would be
right. That is a good question, because even I'm not seeing that in these words, but at the same time, you do see voluntary. So I do see what you mean. Also,
I really would hope not.
Right. I wonder if there's any of those conversations that are taking place. You would almost have to get into the chat boards to see what, I don't know. I mean, I can go through more. I'm not sure if is this just the beginning rules? I don't know if they address the GTQ freaking stuff with a whole, I mean, there's plenty of hate there. So who knows? I mean, it is filled with voluntary.
Yeah.
That you wouldn't be getting a woman's love that way. So none of that would apply to you not being an incel if that was
I really hope not.
So this is what's crazy is now when we talk about the incel, I don't see it's crazy because a lot of the players that people consider for the Idaho 4 crime, whether it's JV, JD, JS, even Enon. You know what I'm saying? Enon, he already admitted he walked up into a party before uninvited. He already admitted that he introduced himself and offered wine and talked about how attractive they were. So I don't think he would be considered an incel after reading this. So when it comes to all these different people that people consider, even Brian Koberger, I don't understand how any of them could be considered an incel after reading more about this incel theory.
I don't see that either.
And so, but when it comes to the crime scene, right? It always was weird because it was like the incel, it's sexual, but nothing sexual happened. I can see because they're not going to, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure. I suppose. I mean, there's obviously some very extreme groups and then some less so. So I don't even know what are the parameters of that. I mean, like I said, I want to believe that there's a group of incels who aren't violent, they're just upset. You know, I think that there's different variations. So I don't know what would bring them to a stage like Elliot Rodger.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm thinking it does. It does seem like a incel group. It, more than one. And it always was weird to me, like the brutality of the crime. But then if it was somebody that wasn't part of the inner circle, then why wasn't there any kind of assaults, right? Which it was weird. It was like, that's weird. There's no assaults or any, it was just the crime itself. And then, so now you read this and it's like, of course, like they're going to have the hate for those, they're going to have the hate for that kind of atmosphere. They're going to have the hate for that kind of attractiveness. And they're not going to have the desire to do any kind of assault, because if you read the incel rules, that's voluntary on their terms, because they would be the ones that are performing that act on them, of their own accord. So that is voluntary. That doesn't go with the rules of the incel. And so maybe automatically those kind of assaults aren't even allowed in the group, because it is considered voluntary then, even though it's not voluntary of the woman, it's still voluntary of you.
I think in terms of that, I think it's probably important to say that these rules don't necessarily say that something like that is or isn't okay. But just by the way that it's actually structured, logically speaking, it isn't excluded. But that doesn't make it something that they necessarily want to be doing. But if you actually look at how it's worded, it's not necessarily something that they have excluded from these rules. That's not to say that it's something they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think. Yeah, the more that I'm thinking about it, that would be voluntary on their part, and so I don't think.
Yeah.
Because even if you're paying for it, right? You're not even committing that crime. Even if you're paying for it, you're still voluntarily doing it according to these rules. Now, there's different groups out there. We're just going off of this group right here and their rules. Some other group could have where it is included, where you could pay for it and take it or whatever. But yeah, it's the escort sells men who have paid is because, and they have the financial, but it's not about that. It's not about engaging in any of that. It's about obtaining something that is arguably more special and rewarding, which is a woman's love. So anything that is not included in that is not. So I do not think it includes that. I don't know. Now maybe there's like, hell, just because this one doesn't mean that others aren't.
Yeah.
Let me see here 1 second. And let me go to something else here. Okay. Now this is let me see here. This is something that you sent me before we even did our first one. And this is a former member that speaks out about it. This is I thought it was a friend. On the last episode I said there was 2 friends that we had a video of. It was just one friend which we played, and I thought this video was a friend, but it's not a friend. This is a former member.
Soon after posting this video to YouTube, Elliot Rodger would go on a shooting spree in the California city of Santa Barbara, killing 6 and injuring many others. Shots fired. The attack, a form of revenge by an angry young man, one who was hellbent on blaming women for his own personal loneliness.
Girls are not sexually attracted to me. There's a major problem with that. A major problem. That's a problem that I intend to rectify.
More and more male hatred against women is...
That's a good question. I didn't see anything about that, Rosee. Did you? Anything about the rules in reference to same-sex partners? Because yeah, they do say human females, species, and all that. So that is a good question.
Yeah, I mean, these are just some of the rules, and some of them are amendments. So I think somewhere they might have something more in depth, like a constitution or something. But these are just a few snippets of some of the things that you just get when you open the site once, and not necessarily join.
Right. Yeah, because they gotta trust you too. You know, they don't open things up. Cherry, if you missed the first episode, you gotta watch the first one. We watched his I don't know if they're the videos that are off YouTube now, or it was something where all of these videos of him recording himself, even the last video that he made, and uploaded it to YouTube. It's pretty crazy how the dude talks, and then you hear his laugh and how his voice changes, you know, when he is talking about what he's going to do and what he wants to do and how he's going to get people, all this crazy ass shit.
Rising up through the hidden
It's
crevices
creepy.
of online forums and entering real life.
Yes.
Allegedly the inspiration behind the mass attacks in Santa Barbara, Toronto, and Tallahassee, Florida. And experts say one of the chief incubators of this violent misogyny is a subculture of men and some women who call themselves incels or involuntary celibates. They mainly gather in online forums, finding common ground in their shared loneliness, hatred of themselves, and anger toward the opposite sex.
Women are just evil. You know what I'm saying? Women are evil. Women are cruel. Women are mean.
The group name that you've probably never heard of before, incels or involuntary celibate.
Now, a new BBC documentary, Inside the Secret World of Incels, presents a never-before-seen look at this community online and off.
I think it's fair to say a lot of people have not heard of the term incels and have not heard about the incel community. I think it's certainly something that more people should know about because there is a risk of violence from this community.
When the incel movement first began online in the late 90s, it was seen by many as a comforting resource, a place to belong for those who had no sense of belonging.
Whenever I see couples walking about, I'm happy for them, but at the same time, I'm also just like, oh man, I am so alone. It hurts a little bit.
Forums can definitely be, very supportive. Having an online community to fall back on or to go to is definitely a source of comfort.
It's a space that Jack Peterson sought out as a struggling teenager.
I think what attracts men to the incel communities is just feeling like they have no other place to go. If they're rejected by women, if they're rejected by even men, the incel community is a place for them to congregate and actually find people to talk to for once, rather than just stay in isolation.
It was a world where he could freely post this video.
No matter what I do, no matter where I go, nobody values my contributions, nobody respects me.
Peterson eventually became a moderator for one of the incel forums. He says violent talk and threats were not tolerated.
If someone crossed a line into threatening what seems like real violence, they'll be banned from the website. I know on numerous occasions there would be communication with the FBI to make sure that nothing actually crosses into.
Whoa! so there would be that. I mean, they would have casual like conversations here and there just to make sure that none of the violent talk was actually being followed through with. Holy shit. I can imagine the hate. And then you're isolating yourself from everything else. So all you're going to do is just keep, stewing.
He
That's
became
crazy.
a moderator for one of the incel forums. He says violent talk and threats were not tolerated.
If someone crossed a line into threatening what seems like real violence, they'll be banned from the website. I know on numerous occasions there would be communication with the FBI to make sure that nothing actually crosses into reality, that it just stays a post on an image board or on a website.
But some say Rodger's attack in 2014 marked a shift from a community that lived online to one that for some erupted into violence in reality.
Before Elliot Rodger, there were a number of online misogynistic communities operating. But Elliot Rodger really flips the switch from a community that is angry online, operating within the digital space, to a community that has the potential to carry out real acts of violence.
His blind rage targeting strangers, like promising student Katie Cooper. Her parents left devastated.
He attempted to get into one of the sorority houses with a tremendous amount of ammunition. Instead, out of frustration, he got in his car, drove around the corner, and saw my daughter. My daughter paid the price. So we like to believe that that wrong place, wrong time scenario helped save 50, 60 girls' lives. So, kind of a silver lining. And, when you're in our position, you look for these, wherever you can.
Just last year, 2 alleged copycats. In April in Toronto, a van mowed down pedestrians, killing 10 people. And then in November, a shooting at a Tallahassee yoga studio would leave 2 people dead. Both of the attackers allegedly posted online that they sympathized with Rodger. Nightline is choosing not to show you more of Rodger's videos or the memes that now circulate praising him, but it's clear he's gained an infamy within these forums. Shortly after the Toronto attack, Peterson decided to leave the community altogether, announcing his departure on YouTube.
I asked the owner of incels.me to permanently ban my account.
I left after the Toronto attack because I didn't want to be a part of a community that supports violence, even if it's in a joking way.
But Peterson says that most incels are not violent, and that within the incel community itself, Elliot Rodger isn't taken seriously.
There's a lot of memes about him. People think he's perceived as some sort of a hero figure, but I think he's more kind of just made fun of.
Adam Jessup.
Oh, that's interesting. So he says that Elliot Rodgers, this is from 4 years ago, says that Elliot Rodgers, they laugh at him and they have memes about him.
But he did still leave the group.
Right. That's weird. Because I've seen a whole bunch of other, where he's like this mythical figure, the supreme general.
We don't necessarily know what they're always talking about, but like he's saying, I think we also need to acknowledge that there might be good people, with ethics. It's just that it's a mixed community. So somebody like him who actually decided to leave. But I think he is still defending the community by saying that Elliot Rodger was not necessarily their incel king, but he did still leave to not be associated. So he kind of has to decide which one.
And he says in a minute before that, he discusses about being a moderator and how even in a joking way, violence is not acceptable, from a moderator. but then at the same time you quit and you leave and you ask to be banned because you were told not to moderate that stuff anymore, because you just said I was a moderator, even joking about violence was not allowed, but then you
So I
leave
think
because of that.
What he's maybe getting at is that even if they're not promoting violence, they might still be desensitizing it in the community just because of the fact that it is something that's mentioned. So it's something that they could get used to. And if you have somebody who is unstable, you don't know what they're going to do with that. They're not going to react in the same way that somebody who is stable, you know. So maybe it's just not an association that he wants. The intentions aren't violence. It's still desensitizing.
Yeah, and this is like, I don't know, it doesn't even seem to me like incels even have the confidence to approach a female. So how do they even, I don't know, maybe they got jealous of other people getting attention and they didn't have the confidence to get the attention too.
From seeing it, I suppose.
Right.
Or they expect females to approach them.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So I don't see how anybody in the group that we were going through, I don't see how they would even be able to approach a female to get turned down, because there's no confidence there. It seems to me, yeah, like that's what a creeper does. They use a bottle of wine to get their foot in the door. You know what I mean? That's what a creeper does. Oh shit. They're not gonna like this video game controller. What else do I got? Half-eaten pizza? No. Oh yeah, this wine. That's a good idea. I don't even see them having the confidence to do that. You know, I don't even see them having the confidence. It's one thing to get rejected by a woman, but you got to have the confidence to get rejected by a woman, and that seems to be what what the conversation has been about these episodes, is not having the confidence to go up to women.
Well, I think maybe some of them are saying that they've made attempts, or I don't know, they're just too scared because they know what the answer is already, is the impression that some of them are giving.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I don't know. I'm going to. I got to get one of those rooms, right? If wine was full of, right. Like what female, and I even tell this to the females that would consider taking an open bottle of any kind of substance, don't do it. Okay? Don't do it.
Don't do that.
And for a dude to think that a woman would even accept that, yo, you ain't even thinking clearly, man, because what I don't understand the rejection they might have made something. It's you look at Enon though. When he's talking like, is the incel gonna ask you to come pet his cat? When you're looking at Enon, to me, Enon, I don't see this hardcore incel. I see somebody that gets rejected. But when you're looking at Enon, the whole, do you want to pet my cat? That is invitation. The wine is an invitation. There's all of these invitations from Enon. You even heard him on Truth and Transparency. He doesn't seem like he's secluded or has that.
Yeah, I mean, maybe awkward, but I mean,
yeah, awkward. Yeah, awkward. You know, a goofball. Yes, but
yeah.
I could see him being out, and I could see him approaching females because I mean, think about it. When you're asking a cop if they want to come pet your cat, you already are pretty damn sure she's probably gonna say no. And for you to ask that doesn't spell incel to me, because you would already be like going, no, she's not gonna agree to this. I'm not even gonna ask.
Yeah.
I'm not even gonna ask.
Yes. They would have this don't even try kind of attitude.
Not let me throw a dart and see if it pops a balloon. That's confidence. It is.
Well,
it's confidence when you're throwing a dart and trying to see if you can pop a balloon.
It's better to try.
What's up, Mr. Myers? How are you doing? Ticket 43. Thank you. Appreciate that. We're talking about incel theory today, part 2. We'll be having a part 3 coming up too. Men absolutely show up with half. Oh my gosh. Don't do it, ladies. Don't do it. Don't do it. Right? Right. I mean, it's just Enon, he doesn't, even though he's oddball, he's a goofball, creepy as shit, because let's be real, like, if that was my friend, I'd be like, bro, what the fuck are you thinking, man? Like, are you serious?
Yeah.
Like, dude,
But
like,
harmless.
come up with something else. You know what I mean? Get a 20 ounce out of the fridge. I mean, a something like a half bottle open of wine. Like what?
Yeah.
So I don't know. At 30, I might have been rude. At 40, I don't think I would be mean, but I'd tell him, "Oh my God, I thought you were serious. You left over what?" You know, like I'd be like, "No, thank you, garbage." You're not gonna be a dick to the dude, right? But you're not gonna do what he said. Fuck yeah! After he was like, "Hey, you want a half open bottle of wine?" Fuck yeah! Ain't no girl saying "fuck yeah." No. No. She's probably like, "Thank you," and then
Maybe
as soon as she
sarcastically.
boom, in the garbage. She ain't touching that shit.
No.
Oh, I got you. He had to downplay Elliot, take certain levels. Right. It takes certain levels of confidence to even ask. Like, could I go up to a female? I don't have a cat, but if I did, could I go up to a female and say, "Hey, do you want to pet my cat?" Fuck no. No, I couldn't even do that. Shit. Want to pet my please don't. Right? Right? Distraction. All right, this is some more from the incel community. Then I got a Dr. G video that's going to talk about the mental health and personality of Elliot Rodgers. And then there's Tres Genko, the incel who wanted to top Elliot Rodger. We have a video on that for you guys as well. And I still have probably another 9 or 10 videos of stuff that I would like to get through at some point. So this isn't going to be part 2 and we're done. We're going to keep continuing this conversation as well. So this is back to the former member of the incel community that's speaking out about the dangerous misogyny.
Not violent, and that within the incel community itself, Elliot Rodger isn't taken seriously.
There's a lot of memes about him. People think he's perceived as some sort of a hero figure, but I think he's more kind of just made fun of.
Adam Jessel, the executive producer of Inside the Secret World of Incels, has been studying the incel community for years.
In terms of the number of people that are at risk of actually carrying out violence against women or carrying out some kind of physical harassment of women, that is a very small number. In the case of violence and mass murder, you only really need one person to move from online hatred to real world violence.
Although not the norm, his film does seem to uncover disturbing instances of simmering anger toward women manifesting in real-world actions.
I'm the catfish man. I catfish females. I'm a legend in the community. I'm a hero.
Catfish Man, whose full face is never shown, humiliates women on camera as a way to seek revenge.
Ew, you're so fat. Look at that.
The women, who he says believe they're there to meet a model from online for a date, are instead met with verbal harassment and intimidation.
Got catfish. It's kind of like a victory for the incel community, basically. So this is basically like my retribution in a sense. You know, all those girls that treated me like
Catfish man's behavior was, very alarming and very distressing. On the
Wow.
one hand, we wanted to show people that this stuff is going on, this stuff is out there. On the other hand, we were conscious that we were giving airtime to this guy.
The Anti-Defamation League is one organization that's been tracking incel communities and identified them as an emerging domestic
Yeah, but not offering wine and wanting to kick it.
terror threat.
It operates in some of the same ways that we see other extremist movements operate.
They say law enforcement and community cooperation is key to monitoring violent content.
Tips have always been helpful for law enforcement when somebody might be sort of straying. The combination of law enforcement, tech industry responsibility, and everyday people knowing that they have a stake in this, hopefully we can keep this down.
As for Katie's parents, they hope her senseless death
Morning, Leslie.
teaches our society to be more vigilant.
Our daughter died because some individual couldn't cope. Just couldn't cope. That's why she's dead.
Wow.
And his parents missed it. Anyone who was trying to help him missed it. His friends missed it. Society missed it. And my daughter paid the price. That's the bottom line. If you want to stop this from happening to other parents and other innocent children, you need to get to the individual. You need to find a way to reach them and help them and realize that suicide isn't the way out. Going out with a bang so you can make the news isn't the way out.
Hi, everyone.
Going out with a bang. I bet there's got to be a lot of freaking hate in those groups too. And yeah, I'd like to see more about that chat group too. Man, especially like with the dude harassing females, having a dating app profile that the dude that looks like a model or something, and then meeting these women and bashing them, and it's a win for the incel community. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Can be a boyfriend too. What? Involuntary celibate can be a boyfriend? What does that mean? What's up, AG? What does that mean? Can be a boyfriend too. So it's not necessarily a woman's love, it's just intercourse. Because they talk about a woman's love, they want it natural and a woman to choose her. Trust me, we'll be doing part 3, maybe even part 4. Yeah, that's fine. We'll be doing more parts. But if you're just a boyfriend, aren't you receiving love from a female even if you don't have the intercourse? So is it about intercourse then? Is that?
I don't think so.
Right. I thought you couldn't.
Attention. Yeah.
Right. Romantic relationships. So, let me see. Involuntary celibate is a member of an online subculture of people who define themselves as unable to get a romantic relationship or sexual partner despite desiring one. Yeah. So basically, nobody's choosing you. It's.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it says romantic. So isn't it romantic? I don't know. I guess there's different ways you could take it, no?
Yeah, I suppose you still have that title, right, of somebody's boyfriend. You've been accepted as taking that role. That's like
love.
acceptance. I mean,
let me see here. Let me go to this real quick. It says this is out of their group. What's up, Beth? Old hats, how you doing? So it says right here, for us, Okay, so it says, so this is this community. Our community's unique definition of the term and word incel is not exactly the same as what you might find in the normie world or in a dictionary. So basically, they're saying whatever somebody else is labeling an incel that isn't an incel in the normie world or dictionary, this is the reason, according to this group. Never had a
So-
romantic, voluntary.
It's kind of coming back to that thing where they're just feeling misunderstood by the world as well. So they're saying that even the way the world defines their group is not necessarily what they see themselves as. So
Right. And
very
according to this,
misunderstood.
well, no, according to, it says it right here, according to this group, you must have never had a girlfriend or a wife or even a fling or even a one night stand. You must never have had a girlfriend, according to this group. So, according to this group, a girlfriend isn't even acceptable. So really, it's based on whatever group. So we could go to another group and they could say that girlfriends are cool, and it's referring to this. But as of everything that we read, they're claiming. Now it'd be interesting to see another, like, kind of see another group and see if they have
I
like
struggle.
similar feelings.
I struggle to find groups. This one, I just clicked on a link on Wikipedia, and the others they've kind of been disabled. So it was not that easy to find a group, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I can imagine with the types of discussions, they're probably very selective. I mean, hell, even if you join a group, a chat group on a case chat, a lot of the times there's like a period where they have to like vet you or double check, things like that, or you go through some kind of acceptance process to the group. So I can imagine how hard it would be to find these, because then the more that they discuss it, the more it's exposed, and they want to keep that out. They want to keep that out. So this is Dr. G, Dr. Todd Grande, and he's going to be discussing the mental health and personality of Elliot Rodger.
Oh, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question asks if I can analyze the mental health and personality factors that may be at work in the case of Elliot Rodger. Just a reminder, I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. If you enjoyed this video, please like it, subscribe to my channel, and consider supporting me on Patreon. I'll put the link to Patreon in the description for this video. So here I'll look at the background of Elliot Rodger. I'll move to the timeline of the crime, and then I'll talk about the mental health and personality factors. Elliot Rodger was born on July 24, 1991 in London, England. He had one younger sister. He was biracial. His mother was Chinese and his father English. When he was 5 years old, his family moved to Los Angeles, California. His parents divorced when he was 7. They had joint custody of Rodger and his sister. That same year, Rodger was described as shy and received therapy for lisp, which was corrected after several sessions. Rodger had mental health difficulties early on. He was treated by several mental health professionals starting when he was 8 years old. I'll cover more of that in the mental health and personality factors section. Rodger did not play any individual or team sports or participate in any extracurricular activities. He earned poor grades in school, but his grades improved significantly during the last 3 years of high school. He graduated from high school in 2009 and attended college for a short time. In 2011, not long before he dropped out of college, he moved to Isla Vista. That same year, he took karate lessons. He said that the ability to fight better is power and boosts confidence. In December of 2012, Rodger bought a Glock 34 semi-automatic pistol It is believed this was his first overt act in furtherance of planning his attack. He would eventually purchase 2 Sig Sauer 226 semi-automatic pistols as well. Rodger had several contacts with law enforcement prior to the attack, none of which resulted in a criminal history. On February 6, 2013, he called the police and said that the owner of a white BMW dented the door of his vehicle. On July 20, 2013, Rodger consumed alcohol and went to a party where he climbed a 10-foot ledge and sat down. Other people climbed onto the ledge and started talking with one another, but they were ignoring Rodger. Rodger started insulting the individuals and they reciprocated. The situation escalated to the point where Rodger started pushing them. His main target was the females. Unable to push anyone over the ledge, Rodger ended up being pushed and fell off the ledge, fracturing his left ankle. He still managed to walk away from the party, but he remembered that he left his sunglasses behind. He returned to what he thought was the correct house, but Rodger was intoxicated and had selected a completely different house. The occupants of that house called him names and physically assaulted him. Rodger reported the activity to the police, but minimized his role as the aggressor. January 15, 2014, Rodger called the police because he suspected his roommate had stolen $22 worth of candles from him. The roommate accused Rodger of moving his property around the apartment, but after the candles were found under the roommate's bed, the roommate was arrested. The case was dismissed due to insufficient evidence. On April 30, 2014, a staff member at a crisis line called the police looking for a welfare check. The staff member had received a call from Rodger's mother, who was worried about the content of a video Rodger had published on YouTube. The police interviewed Rodger at his home, but they found him to be shy, timid, and polite, and they took no action. May 6, 2014, Rodger was involved in an incident where he blocked another car with his BMW and entered into a verbal altercation with the driver and later the driver's girlfriend when she confronted Rodger. This brings us to May 23, 2014. Rodger, now 22 years old, stabs 3 men at his apartment in Isla Vista. 2 of those men were his roommates, including the one who took the candles. At 7:38 p.m., Rodger buys a triple vanilla latte from a Starbucks not far from his home. At 9:17 p.m., Rodger uploads a video to YouTube called Retribution. A minute later, he emails a 137-page manifesto to various people. He then drove to the Alpha Phi sorority house, where he shot 2 women and wounded another. He entered his vehicle and started driving around, shooting into a coffee house and a deli, killing a man in the deli. He continued his rampage by shooting at people and hitting people with his vehicle. He exchanged gunfire with the police on 2 occasions. He was shot in the hip during the second exchange. He crashed his BMW at an intersection. The police would find Rodger dead in that vehicle from a self-inflicted gunshot wound at 9:35 p.m. In addition to the 6 homicides, Rodger injured 14 people, 7 from gunfire and 7 from blunt trauma. He had hit them with his vehicle. Now moving to the mental health and personality factors. Rodger had a long history of mental health difficulties. At age 7, Rodger would make good eye contact with people when speaking, but he wouldn't really talk unless somebody asked him a direct question. He preferred to write information down on paper rather than talking. He would hold his ears when there was a loud noise. He demonstrated repetitive behaviors like tapping his feet and his leg and repeating certain words. In 2007, Rodger was diagnosed with pervasive developmental disorder not otherwise specified. This classification was available in the DSM-4 and was a type of autistic disorder. The equivalent disorder in the DSM-5 would be autism spectrum disorder. It is also believed that Rodger was depressed and anxious. He took various medications to treat those conditions. Let's take a look at some of Rodger's behavioral characteristics. It was said that he was possessive of his property. He also appeared to be legalistic, like that whole thing with the candles, and obsessing over dents in his car. He was a very picky eater. He didn't like anything gooey. When he was young, he did not act out when he was angry. Rather, he would tense his entire body and clench his teeth. In this regard, there weren't many warning signs that Rodger would become a killer. He didn't get in fights, hurt animals, set fires, or otherwise damage property. He often mentioned
That's one thing that I thought was interesting too when it comes to the incel is there's not hurting the animals and shit like that. You know, they don't want violence unless it's with the female species and how to get back at them. Nothing
True,
about
yeah.
animals.
It seems very targeted early on.
Mhm. And I want to stay clear. Part of one thing. Oh shit! Bet. Uh-oh. No, why would Coffin Daffer be in here? Because of the incel stuff? There's so many. Yeah, it was about the animals. That's one thing. I was like, yeah, there's because
Yeah, it's
you
interesting.
hear about this animal, you know, with SKs and all this other stuff. But then, because they're usually starting off as children and it starts with animals and things like that.
Yeah.
Here, no. It's just focused on females, not.
Yeah.
Where do what I'm curious is where's what's the outlet for all this anger that they have? Like, what's the outlet?
I think venting to each other.
But what if they didn't? What if you didn't have the internet to vent? Then there's where's the outlet for all that built up anger?
I was watching a video with some dating coach or something, and he was trying to explain why some men will turn to this ideology of what they call the black pill. And one of the reasons he mentioned was that he feels that some of the people who head towards this ideology actually have too much time on their hands and they don't have enough responsibility. So if you look at other groups and maybe in other countries and stuff like that, there's not necessarily a lot of people sitting on the internet with not a lot to do. And that is how they, according to him, that is kind of how they find each other. And then they make one comment and then people start liking it and they start feeling really validated. But if you look to another group with a lot of responsibilities, maybe even another age group, they don't have time to sit on the internet and complain. So the instances of incelness is less in those groups. So I thought that was a really interesting point that he was making, because he was making like a compilation of what encourages the black pill ideology. And that one I thought was interesting, like sitting online all day, that probably isn't healthy either. And that kind of builds up the frustration maybe, because you're kind of egging each other on, right? So maybe they don't start off as angry as they end up, but they kind of start sharing that feeling. And that can be really dangerous because it's like a collective anger.
Yeah, it keeps you in a pool and it just gets more and more and more and more and more and more. And, maybe one day that you're not feeling it, well, you're in a pool of a whole group of them and they're, one day you ain't feeling it, but you're in that group and then you just get back to feeling it, even if you didn't for a moment. I mean, it seems like it would be just like a cesspool of hate. You're just swimming in a freaking pool of hatred and you enjoy it. And maybe you enjoy it because you are an incel, you are alone, you have nothing other to do than play video games and watch movies and clean. So you probably go to work and you can't wait to get home to get on your incel chat forum because yesterday my life was boring and I just watched movies, but today I can't wait to get home because I get to hang around with people that feel the same way that I do.
Yeah, but I mean, people want a sense of belonging, right? Everybody wants to belong somewhere. So as soon as you find people who are saying what you feel you've been thinking, then you kind of start aligning with that more, right? And it just pushes you towards them. It's belonging.
Yeah. One that keeps you on a path with all the isolation everywhere else. It just, I'm surprised they're not considered like hate. Because really, I mean, that's what it's. The more that we're getting into it, the more it seems it's a hatred towards the female species, and it's a group, you know. And
Yeah, lots of resentment.
it's a hate group to me, as far as I'm concerned. Stated modern day incels approach comes from online, which gives them a false sense of confidence, but ultimately it's how they deal with rejection. Yeah.
Spot on. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's called a community. Wink, wink.
Mentioned how he envied other people because they were living a better life than he was. He was specifically frustrated with romantic couples. He would take cell phone videos of couples in his community who were bothering him and avoid restaurants where a lot of couples would be dining. I'm going to guess he didn't have any special affection for Valentine's Day. He stayed in shape. He ate healthy and exercised. He also wore designer clothing and expensive sunglasses. He wanted to appear wealthy. Rodger believed that entry-level jobs were beneath him. He didn't want to get involved in any type of menial work. For a time when he was a teenager, he did work for a friend doing construction, although much of his money came from an allowance his father gave him and funds from other family members. He specifically bought a BMW because he thought it would help him find a girlfriend, when all they really do is help you find your tools in a parts store or a mechanic. He played a lot of video games, especially World of Warcraft and Halo. His favorite movies were Star Wars and Lord of the Rings. His favorite television show was Game of Thrones. I found this interesting because in Game of Thrones, there was this group called the Night's Watch. They were celibate, always wore black. It was always snowing at the wall that they guarded, and they were cut off from society. It seemed like a depressing job assignment. Also in that series, there were many examples of violence-based problem solving. Based on Rodger's behavior, here is a potential personality profile. Mid-range to above average openness to experience. He was somewhat creative. He did write a manifesto, and he may have experienced emotions intensely. We see mid-range conscientiousness. He seemed to like order, but at the same time, he was impulsive, like getting in arguments. We see low extroversion. He had few positive emotions, was shy, and analytical. We see low agreeableness. He did not trust people, was not modest, and usually people who want to kill all of humankind don't qualify as altruistic. His level of neuroticism was high. He was angry, depressed, anxious, emotionally reactive, and had difficulty resisting temptation. In addition to the autism spectrum disorder, depression, and anxiety, Rodger appeared to have some symptoms of obsessive-compulsive personality, as indicated by the perfectionism, being picky with food, and being possessive of property. He also appeared to have characteristics of vulnerable narcissism, like resentfulness, shame, envy, and hypersensitivity to criticism. One could argue that other than the manipulation symptom, which isn't really clear from the reports we have on Rodger, his behavior did seem to align with the remaining symptoms associated with narcissistic personality disorder. Grandiosity, fantasy, envy, entitlement, arrogance, believing oneself to be special, requiring excessive admiration, and having a lack of empathy. A major theme of both his retribution video and his manifesto is this idea that he was rejected by women and extremely lonely. Looking specifically at his video, we see a few of his beliefs and statements that stand out. Women passed over him and selected other men who were obnoxious. Rodger believed himself to be superior to those men. He called himself the supreme gentleman. He was denied sexual relationships with women. He felt this denial was criminal and society needed to pay for it. He was going to give those offenders exactly what they deserved. He talked about how people made him suffer and how now he was going to make them suffer. He had an intense hatred of everybody, but especially of women and men who were with women. He believed that committing homicide would prove that he was an alpha male and it would make him a god. He said that if he had the power, he would annihilate everyone on the planet. The content of his video indicates that he was extremely angry and despondent about rejection, but his mannerisms seem unusual based on the content of his narrative. He had this weird, forced laugh, and he was deliberate and spoke at a consistent rate throughout the video. He was incredibly calm for somebody who was about to commit multiple homicides.
Yeah.
Combining this video with other information, there's this idea that Rodger was genuinely confused as to why women were not interested in him. He really didn't understand why they found him unattractive and why they found other men attractive. He believed he was doing everything that women wanted. He had a BMW, nice clothes, $300 sunglasses. I think what happened here with Rodger is that he looked at the world and thought that everybody had the same thoughts and feelings that he had. He believed everyone was narcissistic. It didn't make sense to him that there wasn't some materialistic formula he could use to connect with women. It was almost like mathematics to him. He would do certain things and women would be attracted to him. He didn't need any depth or sensitivity. His inability to see things from the perspective of others kept him trapped in a world of loneliness and rejection, although his social...
Yeah, and that's what it does. It keeps them trapped. Like I was saying in the beginning, like you're not going to allow other people that even had that experience, even if it was paid, you're not going to allow them people in the group because of their experience. It's like you don't want people to toss dirt in a pit so you can eventually climb out.
Yeah, they're facilitating what upsets them. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you don't want to. You almost... So when it goes to him like making those videos about the girls on the side of the road that wouldn't give him the time of day, and he didn't even stop, if I bet you they were like saying something to him as he was driving by, and he didn't even stop. So that's when it's like, you don't even... Maybe you just enjoy the idea that you can blame it on something instead of taking accountability.
Yeah, so he's formed his whole identity around being an incel. So he needs to actually kind of keep that going, right? He needs to reinforce the resentment, and his sense of belonging and identity is going to fall away if somebody is actually interested in him. So that would just mess up the whole thing for him as well.
Right,
So,
right. Yeah, like, so it's almost like, and then the fact that they allow children in there, it's almost like they want you to stay that way. Like if you feel this way, keep staying that way. We're not going to allow any kind of chatter from the outside to kind of, because I'm sure people, even if you are paying for it, you could give some experience to the person that doesn't have any experience, and then give them more confidence to try and have some experience. It just seems like like I said, it's just a pool that just just continues to swirl in its own toxicity. Mentally, I still don't know. I want to know about the book his mom bought him. Yeah, prayers for Kansas City too. I saw they came out with an update. And I might do like a little show on that today. But we'll keep it separate from all this. So this is it's Dr. G, if you want to check it out. I'm just going to let him finish up a little bit here, and then we'll get into the
social awkwardness didn't help him either. This is a pretty good example of how a lack of insight can lead to real problems. What I find interesting is that Rodger had been treated by a number of mental health professionals who addressed his social awkwardness on many occasions. I think that Rodger simply couldn't reach a point where he could see how others viewed him. His vulnerable narcissism allowed the anger to stay inside him for a long time, building up like a pressure cooker. It was probably the decision to end his own life that opened up the possibility of revenge. This allowed him to carry out the attack. If he was going to destroy himself because of what he believed others did, he was going to make them pay a price in that process. Elliot Rodger has become a hero to what is referred to as the Incel community. Incel stands for involuntarily celibate. It's frightening that his thought pattern would connect with so many people. Those are my thoughts on Elliot Rodger. Please put any opinions and thoughts in the comment section. They always...
Okay. So there's that one. And yeah, it just seems like they just want to keep continuing in their own pool of hatred. Let me see here. So there's something else I wanted to show you. This is that Tress Genko, the incel who wanted to top Elliot Rodger. And if you're not subbed to Rosee, I dropped the link here throughout the show. If you're not subbed to her, please sub to it. And we got a lot more other stuff to go to, so we'll be doing a part 3 and maybe even a part 4, I'd imagine, because there's a lot of stuff when it comes to this, especially this chat group. I'd like to really get more into these chats and see exactly what their stances are on different things when it comes to all this. Now, this is Dire Trip, and this is about the incel that wanted to top Elliot Rodger. And I'll share the channel here.
A young man named Trey Jenko, a member of a number of, let's say, problematic communities online, wanted to rack up a very large body count of thousands of people when he completed an attack he was planning. The subject of this video is a 21-year-old man named Trey Jenko. He was living in Highland County in Hillsboro, Ohio, a small town of only about 6,500 people, about an hour east of Cincinnati. He had a pretty small presence on mainstream social media, having a Facebook, a Twitter, and an Instagram account. He didn't post all that much, though, and his accounts had very few submissions, despite being up for several years. Based on his bio across these sites, he studied at Ohio University, likely focusing on computer science, as a good chunk of his posts revolve around it. He had a lot of posts discussing computers and their link to brain functions, likely inspired by Elon Musk's interest in the same topic. He did seem to follow Elon's Twitter somewhat closely. Although appearing pretty normal on the surface, both looking and posting like an average guy, Jenko identified himself as an incel and was very active on several forums related to the movement. If you've been with my channel for a while, you'll likely remember incels from the Cole Carini video and all of its updates. Or if you haven't been living under a rock, you probably knew what they were anyway. But just in case you don't know, incel is short for
what the heck? What? I'm just curious who is this? Hold on one second. He seems kind of weird here.
I
like
think
to deep dive.
I think this channel has an Elliot Rodger's video as well.
Really?
I just remember his voice, and it is a pretty good video. I just can't remember the name, but that definitely sounds like him.
Okay. Yeah, I'll have to check this out. I just subscribed. I came across this when I got some of that stuff put together for episode 1. And I hadn't checked it out yet. It's pretty, it's good presentation. Creepy as shit.
Yeah.
Voluntary celibate, meaning that they aren't able to get laid even if they try. This could be for any number of reasons, really. However, they see women as deserving the blame for this and aim their hatred towards them as a consequence. Often developing varying levels of hatred, anywhere from a bit of disdain to a sadistic desire to wipe out as many of them as possible. Incels were thrust into the mainstream media after becoming the focus of many crimes over the past few years, namely the killing spree of Elliot Rodger, an incel who, after stabbing his 3 roommates, went on a shooting spree in California in 2014, mainly targeting women. Some incels out there idolize him, referring to him as the supreme gentleman and even wish to be like him. Although this has been memed into the ground, there are people out there who are serious about it. Amy Yondorio, an expert on incels, which apparently is a thing, even discussed the group on mainstream news outlets.
The ideology is really rooted in the belief that women have too much power in the sexual marketplace and that their rejection of men, or namely incels, is both life-altering or life-ruining, which leads to a lot of vitriolic hate towards women.
After many incel-related crimes over the past few years, many social media companies such as Facebook and Reddit have developed a very low level of tolerance for any incel-related communities. Reddit usually just straight up bans the communities altogether without much warning, even going as far as banning subreddits that are simply making fun of them or showcasing their posts. Trey Jenko had profiles and posted somewhat regularly on a fairly popular incel site from at least July 2019 to March 2020.
That's the website that we were going off of, the Incel IS. Yeah.
His posts were fairly concerning from the start, but quickly grew darker and darker over the months. Jenko was indeed one of those types who idolized Elliot Rodger, even going as far as imitating some of Elliot's more.
He must have only had one Armani shirt, because I just see the same Armani shirt he keeps wearing over and over and over and over.
It's his favorite shirt.
I mean, hey, damn, that'd be like me wearing the same hoodie every show, you know? Eventually, you got to throw it in the washing machine.
Embarrassing, childish acts that became famous over time, like an incident involving orange juice, for example. The Supreme Gentleman himself had once sprayed a group of students with orange juice, so Jenko was eager to imitate the act himself.
Oh, gosh.
In one video, he detailed how the whole incident went down, saying that he loaded up a water gun with some orange juice and sprayed some foids and couples. Foid is incel lingo, being short for femoid, which is a bastardization of female. There's a lot of lingo that goes with it. It's kind of a rabbit hole, so
Yeah.
Let's move on.
The lingo is...
I put some orange juice in a water gun. I was planning to spray some foids and couples like Elliot Rodger did, he wrote. I drove up to them, saying hi, and they didn't even look up. They just went, uh-huh. So they get sprayed in the fucking face. I suggest it to all incels. Extremely empowering action.
What do you expect somebody to do? You pull up in a car and you're like, hey, yeah? What do you... you get sprayed? Like, come on. No wonder. What the hell, man? This is... I don't know. It doesn't make sense.
Following this empowering action, Elliot Rodger went on to kill 14 people. Jenko wanted to do the same, but he didn't really like those numbers. He wanted to aim higher, to go bigger. Much bigger. Try hundreds of times bigger.
Whoa, hundreds.
During his stint on the incel forums between January and August of 2019, he bought up a bunch of items that he would use in his potential Elliot Rodger type attack. He bought a hoodie with the word revenge in big bold letters, along with some cargo pants, tactical gloves, and a skull face mask to complete the edgelord look. In addition, he bought a Bowie knife, 2 Glock 17 magazines, and a holster clip to conceal carry said Glock. In August of that year, he began writing his manifesto. He decided to call it A Hideous Symphony, and in it said that he would utilize his hatred to carry out a complete slaughter motivated by jealousy and revenge. Given the past several years, the federal government is very aware of the incel movement, including the FBI, of course. While many cases had been filed against incels on the more local state.
Whoa, okay. Is that why the fucking FBI was in Moscow before the crime took place?
I mean,
whoa. Because just like the other guy said that he was a moderator, he said they would have conversations with the FBI to make sure that none of them. Is that why they were fucking out there before the crime took place in Moscow? Is that why they had a team out there? Was because maybe there was an incel group that was discussing things like it was gonna be because if it was a group and they were getting together to if that's a possibility of an incel group being a group that could have committed this crime in Moscow, if the FBI is well aware, well, maybe that's why the FBI was there before the crime took place. Then I don't know. That's crazy.
It would
I
be.
can.
I mean, it would. It would kind of imply that they knew something was going to happen. I'm not sure about that.
Because if they're talking, if the possibility is that they were meeting up, an incel group was meeting up or discussing, or a couple people from say the person that was there, they didn't even have to be there. Kaylee was followed by millions.
Yeah.
So they didn't even have it could have been somebody that's close by that was discussing it on a group, an incel group. A couple other people are like, hey, fuck this, we'll join you, right? It's a win for the incel community. And with the FBI being so aware, just like moderator said, constant conversations, maybe that's why they were there, because there was something that was being planned. They just didn't fucking know when it was going to happen or what. But so then you have to wonder, okay, was Brian a part of a group? And the other people in the group, that's why maybe BF claims she saw multiple people walking by. But then what? Because I have to go back to, like, then why wouldn't the FBI, if they were there prior because of an incel group having a conversation, well then wouldn't they, if the tip came from the FBI about BK with the IGG, well then maybe how would they not know that there's other people? So they would have to see. I don't know, it just doesn't make sense, because then you would think that there'd be more people than just Koberger.
Yeah, because especially if it does relate to that specific apartment block, then they would know that was central to the group, which they, I mean, it doesn't seem that they've been looking at anybody there that we know of. So I think that would have been their first target if they had any prior knowledge of a group, because they would at least know the central meeting point, which is that address or somewhere nearby.
Something. Yeah, that's right, Steve. What's up, Ticket 58? Yeah, the FBI is the MPD said that they had handed it off to the FBI because the FBI had somebody that was experienced in that area of expertise. Co-defendant number 2, there's some darkness. Yeah, it is scary. Conversations, labels are bad. People need to report that they were not knowing where they maybe thought the game. What if someone answered? Yeah, I don't know. It's just weird because you hear about them knowing about this. Well, then if Coffindorfer's so gung-ho about incel from day one, well then wouldn't she know about them being in all these different chat groups, and then they would be able to notice something.
I'm sure they would. I mean, I'm sure they would know.
They would have to.
Yeah, yeah, they would.
They would have to, especially with how they're already knees deep in with these website companies to be able to monitor these kind of things. And if they're monitoring it, there's a lot of violent conversations taking place. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a reason to monitor it, because they're not taking
Must
over
be
the
worth
world. So they're not taking over the world, so they don't need to monitor it that way. But yeah, well, I don't know. It just this guy now, he says FBI's always in there too.
State level, they would often file some extra federal charges just to get that sentence up. They really wanted to make sure they weren't getting off easy. Because of that, the FBI would start building onto these cases on the federal level, adding charges like threatening interstate communication. Django spent more than a full year planning out how his attack would go down. He wrote down that he planned on having a kill count of over 3,000 people, hoping to carry it out on the anniversary of Elliot Rodger's attack years prior. He even mulled around the idea of joining the military in order to get a skill set that could help him carry out such a large-scale attack. He wrote of his attack online from time to time, calling death the ultimate equalizer and expressing his desire for revenge.
The ultimate
The day he
equalizer.
wrote his manifesto, he began making some Google searches that would certainly come back to bite him in the ass later, and searched up some local sororities as well. As he wrote, he got more and more fired up. May 23rd, 2020, 290 days, he wrote. M16 optimal, covert or mil-spec. We'll get arms training in BCT, Georgia. Kill count needs to be huge. 3,000? Aim big then, he said.
Whoa.
I would hope these words resonate in a sweet familiarity to fellow incels, either cognizant of their situation or not, he continued. I am already set to go into the U.S. Army. This training will be for the attainment of one reality, the death of what I have been deprived most, but also cherish and fantasize at the opportunity of having but have been neglected of. Women. God, that's kind of hard to read. As the document continued, Jenko's willingness to kill became more and more apparent. I will slaughter out of hatred, jealousy, and revenge, he said. I will take away the power of life that they withhold from me by showing that there is more than just happiness and fulfillment. There is all-encompassing death, the great equalizer that will bear all of us into its seductively calm velvet of silence and serenity. God, this shit is a mouthful.
Right, the words.
He was
that they
heavily
use.
researching Elliot Rodger and how to modify guns for illustrated guides on how to build assault weapons and what the difference between full auto and semi-automatic is. He also started searching up more legally dubious search terms, such as how to make homemade flashbang. Later that year, he actually began Army basic training at Fort Benning, Georgia. He did it all to help him learn how to carry out his plan. He was in the program for 4 months before he was finally discharged for poor performance and bad conduct. Already failing in his plan, he was forced to return home to Ohio in early January. Upon doing so, he started on a new manifesto-type document on his computer, one which he would call Isolated. If you're reading this, I've done something horrible, he wrote. Somehow you've come across the writings of a deluded and homicidal, not an easy task, and for that I congratulate you for your curiosity and willingness to delve into such a dark topic.
Whoa.
At the end of the document, he signed it as, your hopeful friend and murderer. He also, again, made some problematic Google searches, including, how to plan a shooting crime, and when does preparing for a crime become an attempt? Not exactly subtle, Jinko. He also began performing surveillance and scoping out the campus of Ohio University. His activity slowed down a little bit for a while, but by March 11th, he was back to his odd search terms. He was searching up police scanner codes for both the Columbus, Ohio police and for the university police. Then, one day later, on March 12th of 2020, just one day after the pandemic was declared in the United States and things started getting crazy, the sheriff's office in Highland County, Ohio, got a phone call late in the afternoon. A woman on the phone gave out her address, a local one, and exclaimed that a man living at the location had locked himself in his bedroom with a gun. She heard him cock the weapon and began to worry that he'd end up ending both of their lives. The woman is said to have been Jenko's mother, who had grown more and more concerned over his behavior over the last couple of years. She said that in the previous months, Jenko had grabbed a rifle and had gotten somewhat erratic and violent with her. Officers, after evacuating her from the home, handed her a megaphone and asked that she convince Jenko to come out with his hands up. He did and was taken into custody. Just a few minutes later, the police were speaking to Jenko, 20 years old at the time. He told them that he only had one gun, a rifle that was in his car, no others. It seemed a bit odd, as the whole reason they came out was due to him holding a handgun in his room, not a rifle in his car. They searched the car, finding an AR-15 with what they thought was a bump stock, an attachment that allows a semi-automatic weapon to fire more quickly. Not only that, they found a stash of body armor, some loaded magazines, and several boxes of ammunition throughout the car. The woman gave them some more information, including the fact that she found a handgun in his room just a few days prior, despite him claiming not to own one. She gave the police permission to search the room, and they found a Luger semi-automatic pistol with the manufacturer's marks and the serial number removed. Jenko got notably very nervous and suspicious once they found the handgun. He shut up and demanded an attorney immediately upon the revelation. But the woman wasn't done yet. She also informed the police about the concerning writings that Jenko had been coming up with. She had apparently been snooping and found them one day. She firmly believed that he had a real intention to hurt people, seeing his violent outbursts firsthand. The police, after searching through his electronics, quickly found the plans for his attack. They believed that Ohio State University was the likely target location. Trey Jenko was arrested just 2 months before his attack was planned to take place. Months later, June 2020, in the first session in court after a pandemic-related halt of activity, the Highland County grand jury indicted Trey Jenko on his threats of terror. The case went to a prosecutor named Collins, who was responsible for the felony prosecution in the county. It was said that Jenko, quote, did threaten to commit or threaten to cause to be committed a specified offense with purpose to intimidate or coerce a civilian population. It was a third-degree felony, one that was punishable by up to 18 months in jail. Jenko was then convicted for his threats, including his specific threats to murder women, a couple of months later in October of 2020. He ended up only getting a sentence of 17 months. With credit for the 224 days that he had already served in jail. Then shortly after, in January of 2021, he was allowed to slowly start transitioning out of jail, ending up in a halfway house.
So I can see that would be a warning sign to the other groups. If it was a group that committed that crime, I could see that being a warning sign to those groups. You better keep your conversations in private if you're going to discuss doing that kind of bodily harm that far, because it'll get you what got this guy in trouble when he initially started searching. When is it too far? When does it go to an attempt? So maybe that's why they didn't know. They knew something was going to happen. They just didn't know when or where. Because of this is right before
early signs.
Everything.
Collins had wanted to charge Jenko with some sort of hate crime due to his specific focus on his hatred of women. It wasn't an option, though, as the standards for hate crimes only covered race, religion, and ethnicity. But on the federal level, the scope was a little higher, including gender, gender identity, and sexual orientation, actual or perceived. A federal case would allow the charges against Jenko to more accurately reflect his motivations in the case, they thought. Because of this, the feds would spend the next several months building up their indictment against Jenko. This included more closely monitoring his online activity and looking into his past online activity, which wasn't a good look. Within the next 6 months, Jenko had applied to the Columbus County Community College. It was unclear whether or not he was still planning some sort of attack or whether he saw this college as a potential target in the future. The college itself did eventually reach out to the National Enquirer and confirmed that, although Jenko had applied, he had not actually registered or taken any classes. Collins, although disappointed that he was going back to school after his previous plans, acknowledged that she couldn't do anything more with the power she had. He had already been given just 1 month less than the maximum sentence, and there was nothing to be done that could prevent him from going back to school. Seemingly, Django's online activity started to normalize after this point. It seemed he may have wanted to abandon his old ideology when he captioned a photo with, "I need to learn how to move the fuck on." It's unknown what specifically this referred to, whether it was related to the incel ideology, hatred, regrets due to his arrest, or something else entirely. By May 1st, he was acting pretty normally, arguing about computer science on Twitter. A few days later, he was seeming even a bit more positive, talking about working out, saying, "Finally got to work out in a gym. It was so awesome, love all you guys and girls and hope you're doing good. Also, remind me to not always be doing something with my hands in the photos, lol." In what would become his final post on Facebook, foreshadowing, he shared a meme on July 16th. "It's not the mistake that matters, it's how you deal with it, what you learn from it, and how you apply that lesson to your life." He even mentioned some success with talking to women, at least not on Tinder. Could it have been that he really learned his lesson and was ready to move on from the past, to better himself, to leave all that garbage behind? We may never know. Just a few days later, on July 21st, the FBI rained down on his halfway house in Ross County, Ohio, and placed him under arrest. He was charged with 1 count of attempting to commit a hate crime and on another of illegally possessing a machine gun. By the time they arrested him, the local case against him had wrapped up entirely and he was nearly back to a normal life. However, the FBI wasn't ready to forgive and forget just yet. They really emphasized the fact that Django wasn't just some poor young guy. He had planned to carry out mass murder and had already bought the equipment to do so, and he admired another mass murderer who had done the same thing just a few years prior. He had even written an entire manifesto, which more or less served as his last words, and had planned a date and everything. This wasn't just some guy blowing smoke on the internet. This was something real. Something that was very likely close to happening when he got caught. Because his charge of attempting to commit a hate crime included the intention to kill, it is punishable by up to life in prison. The count of illegally possessing a machine gun could be punishable by up to a further 10 years in prison itself. As of the writing of this video, Django is being held at the Butler County Jail near Cincinnati. His ultimate fate is still unknown, but it's pretty likely he won't be getting off
Ticket
easy.
62.
Stick with the channel if you want to see updates.
Man, that's crazy. So he ended up getting close. He was planning stuff. Thank you for hopping in, Sandra. He was planning stuff, and it ended up getting foiled, and he ended up getting busted. Thank God.
Yeah.
Man, they probably got to be watching like crazy what's going on out there. I mean, geez, it sounds like, it sounds like there's a lot of hate involved. It sounds like there's a lot of hate. Yeah, they're like school shooters. It's a lot deeper than I thought it was. Oh,
I think my signal is dropping. Okay.
yeah. I did see. It's like, no, it's all good. It's kind of getting choppy. Let me see here. Yeah, it's like and it's weird. It's like they just want to exist in that bubble, and it doesn't make sense.
It does seem to be a university setting. That seems to be coming up quite a lot.
Yeah, because that's when they think that all this stuff is supposed to come to them.
They have expectations, and it doesn't really work.
It doesn't work out that way. This right here, and we'll get to reading into this in another episode. This is the Twisted World story of Elliot Rodger by Elliot Rodger, where it kind of goes through. He discusses everything and like breaks it down in categories. Part 1, age 0 to 5. It's 141 pages, y'all. I'll drop that.
Detailed.
Yeah, I'll drop that in the everyone chat. Again, when the show's done, I dropped it last week. If you didn't catch it, I'll drop it again in the everyone chat. And then I want to say thank you to Rosee for sending that to me. Thank you to Kelly for sending this to me, and I'll drop this in the everyone chat. And this is from the website that we were reading from. Okay, the rules and everything that we were reading from. This is the website. This is the document, I should say, of the website. It says true or false incels, an analysis of the incel.is forum by Zachary Hines. And so we'll read that in the next episode. And it's going to be talking about the actual group that we talked about before. But what I'd like to do before we read this, sorry, my internet's going all over the place too. So if I sound like I'm in a tunnel or something, that's the internet. But I would like to, before we read this in the next episode, I would like to discuss more of that forum first. So maybe in part 3, we can have the conversation with the forum. And then after we get into more discussion about the forum and what the forum's about and different things with the forum, this specific forum, then we'll go ahead and read the analysis from this gentleman as well. So if any of you do have any information or any screenshots that you'd like to send from this specific, I don't want to do one group and then get clips from another one and this and that when we're going to be talking about this specific forum. So if it's from the incels.is, then please send it. Otherwise, we can go into that other stuff at a different time in the future. I want to stick to this forum because that's what we've been in, and I want to stick to it when it comes to what he's saying, because what he's saying about this particular forum might not match up to another forum that we might be discussing. So I want to keep it on task there. And then we'll have some other videos and stuff. Like I said, I got plenty more videos for us to check out in the future when it comes to this. So is there anything else you'd like to go over with I'm going to go ahead and we'll have part 3. We'll get. I'd like to do it like maybe once a week, or maybe we could have the same day or something each week where we get together and hang out and discuss this. Because not only after we get done discussing this incel conversation, I would like to. You were talking a lot about the Crumbly. The shooting with the Crumblies, and then the dad's going to be having the trial soon. And so I would kind of like to transition the incel conversation, and then we can go into the Crumbly stuff because there's some similarities and things like that when it comes to both of the situations. So I think it'd be a good transition too. So other than that, we'll go ahead and end this part 2.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And yeah, we'll get together for an episode. So thank you so much, Rosee, for hanging out again. I appreciate it. It's so nice doing this. Yes, thank you. And we'll see you again.
Okay over there?